Let me go like this.
How are you? Yeah, it's in there actually. You can use it. I'm not.
How are you?
How are you? Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I have everybody's attention just for a moment? Just to remind you, if you want to speak tonight, sign a speaker sheet and bring it up to the front. We'll get started shortly.
Very.
Honorable, how are you, my friend?
We should get started. So are we waiting for anybody? Anybody else are we waiting for? Lenny, are you ready?
Ready to rock.
Okay.
It's warm up here.
We'll get started. Might as well not wait. Does everyone want to be introduced? Does everyone want to be introduced?
Roll call is fine.
What's that?
The roll call is fine.
The roll call is fine. Okay.
It's a good idea. Enough time.
You're here. Okay, let's get started. Any reason we're waiting?
Hello, Deputy.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're ready to get started. If you'd all please find your seats. We'll have more residents coming in throughout the night. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Town of Oyster Bay Supervisor Joseph Saladino, and this is the special meeting of the Oyster Bay Town Board for Tuesday, May 1st at Syosset High School. Good evening. On behalf of my colleagues on the Town Board and Town Government, we welcome you to Syosset High School for this special meeting of the Oyster Bay Town Board. As many of you know, this meeting is held to provide you, the residents of our town, an important opportunity to comment on the draft Environmental Impact Statement, also known as the DEIS, as it relates to the private sector proposed development of Syosset Park. This project entails the establishment of a new planned unit development, mixed-use proposed zoning in this proposed zoning district, which would potentially allow for the construction of a mixed-use development consisting of office space, hotels, restaurants, cafes, entertainment uses, retail space, residential units, public meeting space, and a 30-acre public park. The proposal also includes a network of dedicated pedestrian and bike paths, shared parking structures, and complete street design features. Tonight, residents have an opportunity to express their feedback on the DEIS document, which was publicly available, which has been and continues to be publicly available on the town's website for several weeks now. Whether you are here to support the project, oppose the project, learn more about the many aspects of this project, concerns of the landfill, discussing population growth, we are here to listen to you. We are here to listen and not to comment. So please understand that going into our role is to listen to the public. Your voice is most important, and that's why we're hosting this meeting. On behalf of the town board, I'd like to thank you all in advance for your participation at tonight's meeting. I'd like to now turn things over to our moderator, former Oyster Bay Town Councilman, someone who has quite a bit of experience at these kinds of public forums, and someone that I ask you to allow us to be led by him this evening so that everyone has an opportunity to be heard and those here can hear the speakers very clearly. Lenny Simons, would you take over? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome here tonight. Welcome to all of you on what should be an important evening for this community. Let me, at the outset, introduce myself again and spell my name. It's Simons with a Y, S-Y-M-O-N-S. And I say that because I have nothing to do with Simon Properties, lest anyone thinks that. At the outset, there's some safety announcements that I want to make mention of. If we have an emergency evacuation, there are doors on the side, 2 doors. There are doors on the back. We ask that you not stand in the aisles, except, of course, if you've been called to speak. There is an overflow room that is available if you can't find a seat, and there are still some seats available here. And lastly, I would ask that everyone silence their phones, so you're not going to interrupt your neighbor, or you're not going to interrupt the discussions that are going to take place here this evening. We gather here tonight pursuant to the CEQA law, State Environmental Quality Review Act. It's a statute, and that statute prescribes certain events that should take place in an orderly fashion. So this is not, I think there's a lot of confusion in the community. It's not an open forum. It's not a yay, nay night. That's going to take place down the road, hopefully. It's not a night that's a Q&A. It's a night that the community is given the opportunity to make comment on the DEIS. And those comments will be recorded. We have a court reporters that will take down every word, and that your comments will ultimately be addressed in the final environmental impact statement. So what you say here tonight is most important. But again, it's not a night that the board, somehow there's an expectation that the board will be making a decision tonight. They are here, as Supervisor Saladino said, to listen. And the law provides a very different way of listening. The law says that what the town of Oyster Bay could have done, they could have invited all of you to make your comments in writing and not invited everybody down here so we are listening to you in person. That was an important decision as far as I'm concerned. A good decision by the supervisor, a good decision by the town board, because there's nothing better, take it from me, than listening to you, the community, and the voices of the community. So just take a moment, look around here. You ought to be very proud of the tremendous turnout here tonight. And I look forward to your comments. Now, how long does everyone have to speak? Which is, I know, a touchy issue. We have concluded that each member of the public will have 5 minutes to speak because of the volume of the speakers. We want everybody equally to have a chance here to express themselves. Now, we acknowledge that there are those speakers who want to go more than 5 minutes. And so if you want to go more than 5 minutes, do your 5 minutes, and when we get into round 2, we will hear you at an extended period of time. So that, again, whether you're a short speaker and you hopefully honor that 5 minutes, and we really want to keep to that, or you're a longer speaker, you will have the opportunity to be heard this evening. All the comments, as I say, will be recorded. They will be in the appendices of the final environmental impact statement, where they are going to be addressed. We're going to keep the record open until June the 4th, so that you have an opportunity to add additional comments to the Oyster Bay Town Board. Sometimes I found that, and I'll discuss, there was a time in my life that I was where you are, that I would listen to a speaker and say that that speaker is saying something that I'd like to comment on, maybe in a more impactful way. Now, we're not encouraging redundancy, we're discouraging. But sometimes you want to get up here a second time if you have to and if you should, and we'll be receptive to that. But let's keep the redundancy factor rather low tonight. Jim Altadonna, our town clerk, is going to be the timekeeper. he will signal me, or there's going to be a beep that goes off, and I hope everyone would honor that time limit so that we can get on and hear everybody speak tonight. I want to share, just for a moment, my background, and then indulge me for a minute and see if I can give you some guidance based upon my rather long experience. You don't get white hair and no hair because you're a newbie. Take it from me. I'm a former Nassau County Assistant DA from the County Court Trial Bureau. I was on the Oyster Bay Town Board for close to 13 years and loved it. I sat on this very project. And in the spirit of full disclosure, I know there'll be some people out there who'll be curious how I voted. That was a different time and a different project. But for the record, so the record is clear, I happen to vote against the old project. And I have no vote, I have no vote on the new project, for the record. I was also a civic leader. I was a civic leader in my community in Plainview, not very far from here. And as I said, I sat where many of you are sitting tonight. I get it. Believe me, I get it. That was a wonderful experience. It made me, quite frankly, a better board member, having had that experience. But I think it's extremely important, and I want to share this with you, and I want everybody to listen rather carefully. It's often been said that the strength of any community is often determined by how ordinary citizens behave. And I believe that. And congratulations to all of you tonight to deliver a message that you care about your community. At the same time, the quality of a decision maker is often impacted by his or her ability to listen. That's a very important concept. If we turn this hearing tonight into sniping, backbiting, disrespect, personal allegations, references to other matters outside of the subject matter here tonight, I assure you, you will impact the ability of the decision makers to listen. Everybody in this room, out there and up here, we want a good, solid night, a good, rewarding night, and a good bottom line. And as I say, I know this community well, and I have no doubt that that's exactly where we are going. So with your help, your support, I'm going to now call upon some speakers that will describe...
One moment, Councilman. Before we get started with that, this is an official meeting of the Town Board. Please let the record reflect that on the dais is our Receiver of Taxes, Jim Stefanich, the Oyster Bay Town Board, and our Town Clerk, James Altadonna Jr., with a representative of his office. Would the Town Clerk, James Altadonna Jr., please poll the board and officially start the meeting?
Thank you, Supervisor. Supervisor Saladino?
Present.
Councilman Muscarella?
Here.
Councilman McEnroe?
Present.
Councilwoman Alessia?
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Here.
Councilman Umbroto?
Present.
Councilman Hand?
Here.
You are complete, Supervisor.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
Mr.
Thank you.
Simons, would you call the first
Thank you,
speaker, please?
Supervisor. Let me call upon Terry Elkowitz from... Pardon me?
Presentation of the...
Yeah.
There is a presentation. Yes, I'm going to call upon it. No, I'm not. Terry Elkowitz from VHB is going to discuss the CEQA process.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board, Mr. Simons, Mr. Altadonna, Mr. Stefanich. I appreciate the opportunity to address you this evening. My name is Terry Elkowitz. I'm a Senior Vice President of VHB with offices at 100 Motor Parkway in Hauppauge. VHB was the lead consultant in the preparation of the draft environmental impact statement, which is the subject of this hearing and is in front of me tonight. And at the outset, we understand, Mr. Simons, that the primary purpose of this hearing is to listen to the community, and we are eager to do that as well. So with this understanding, we're going to keep the totality of our presentation brief. We do have representations for all the consultants tonight so that they can hear firsthand the comments and concerns of the community, and we can ensure that they are addressed comprehensively in the final environmental impact statement. Now, clearly, this DEIS is comprehensive and voluminous, and we're not going to go over all the information in it. But we do want to spend a few minutes tonight reviewing where we are in the SEQA process, providing an overview of what has happened since we had a scoping meeting before you, Mr. Simons, in 2016, and addressing some misinformation that we have been hearing lately. So we're in the middle of a very comprehensive state environmental quality review process that's being administered by this town board. Town board began this process in 2015 when it declared itself lead agency and initiated its coordination process with other agencies. And as Mr. Simons alluded to, in order to maximize opportunities for public participation, like having this hearing tonight, the town board also decided, when it issued its positive declaration requiring that we prepare the DEIS, that there be a public scoping process. And there was a public scoping meeting in June of 2016, and we were required to send out notices to 32,000 residents of the town. As a result of that scoping session, the town issued a final scope, and that final scope determined exactly what we had to study in the EIS, the DEIS, and how we were going to study it. From September of 2016 to March of 2018, we conducted our research, we did our analyses, we met with town staff and consultants, we met with regulatory agencies, and we prepared this DEIS. The town staff board ultimately reviewed it and determined that it was adequate for public review in March of this year, and that's what brings us here this evening. We studied many, many topics in this DEIS, from subsurface conditions to water resources, transportation, school district impacts, construction impacts, the list goes on, as you see. And we're going to listen very carefully to the public's comments on our analyses, and we will evaluate every comment that you get tonight and through the close of the public comment period on June 4th. At the close of that public comment period, we will work with the town to prepare a final environmental impact statement that comprehensively addresses all of the substantive comments raised. And ultimately, this town board will issue a finding statement for this project, and will determine how it does proceed. Now, I'm sure that the town board is aware that over the past few weeks, we've seen a lot of active social media and flyers distributed in the community that contains a lot of misinformation. And a substantial amount of that misinformation is going to be addressed by Barry Cohen, our environmental counsel, because it relates to contamination. But at the outset, I wanted to talk about a few claims that truly are unsubstantiated, and they relate to the town's closed landfill, the Cerro Wire site, and assertions that these properties and this development would spew contaminants throughout the community. But before we get to the science, which Mr. Cohen will speak of, I'd like to just approach this with some basic logic. So the capping and the closure of the landfill was completed in 1997 under the supervision of the EPA. The landfill was delisted by the EPA as a Superfund site in 2005, and it has been monitored since that time under EPA requirements. Second, as you'll hear in a minute, we are not proposing to place any buildings whatsoever on the landfill. The fundamental truth regarding the landfill is that we're doing nothing to change the status of the landfill. In fact, whatever, if anything, we do on the landfill, whether it's the great park that we're proposing based on meetings with some community members, whether it's parking, whatever it is, it has to be reviewed and approved by the EPA before we can do anything. And anything that we do would be an improvement to the existing condition of the landfill. With respect to the Cerro Wire site, that property was investigated, remediated, and removed from the New York State Inactive Hazardous Waste Disposal Registry in 1994, with no restrictions whatsoever on the future use of that site. Additional investigation and remediation was also done as part of a prior mall proposal that Mr. Simons alluded to a few moments ago. And despite this, the applicant has voluntarily entered into the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation Brownfield Cleanup Program because the applicant wants to ensure that the property is remediated and complies with the standards that apply today, standards that are much more strict than those that were in place decades ago. So just from a logical perspective, anything that the applicant does will improve the conditions of both the landfill and the Cerro Wire property. And if the community is concerned about the conditions of the site, which I believe they are and I understand, they should support actions that the applicant and/or the town would undertake to improve them. So I thank you all for your time, and I would like to now introduce Chuck Davis to my right, who's the Senior Vice President of Development for Simon Properties.
Thank you, Terry. Good evening, Mr. Simons, Supervisor Saladino, and members of the board. Chuck Davis, Senior Vice President of Development with Simon. We're headquartered at 225 West Washington in Indianapolis, and I'm here to represent the partnership of Simon and Castagna Realty. And we do appreciate the opportunity to address you and the community this evening, and also a special thank you to the Syosset Central School District for allowing us to use the facilities. So first, a little background. Most of the people in this room have never seen our proposal or had any presentation of what the proposed project is. So we're going to give a little bit of that as context. So the property itself is located just west of South Oyster Bay Road overpass on the Long Island Expressway where Syosset and Jericho meet. Roughly 93 acres, 54 of which is developable. 39, the blue outline, is the former Cerro Wire site. 15 acres is the current town public works site where the buildings and the highway facilities are, and the balance is the former landfill. Zoning here is light industry, which allows an office and industrial park like across the Long Island Railroad, or a full office park like which you would see over at Jericho Plaza or at the Quadrangle. Property taxes today from the Cerro site are just under $1 million for everyone. Do we need to, can you all see the screen? Okay. About $1 million for all taxing entities. There is, the Department of Public Works site is under contract, so there's no taxes being generated on that site. Again, the history here was two contaminated sites. One was the former Cerro Wire plant. It was closed in the mid-'80s. Between its closing and 2004, the plant buildings in the center of the site were all demolished and millions of tons of soil and waste materials were removed. And again, the state was given its clearance for the right to develop it, including residential uses over 20 years ago. The other is the former town landfill that was closed in the 70s. It was capped and sealed from above in the late 90s, and that cap was accepted by the United States Environmental Protection Agency. And vent testing and groundwater monitoring are done routinely by the town and evaluated every 5 years by the US EPA for compliance. And the last US EPA review, I think, was last year. Both are delisted from past Superfund type designations. So in the 90s, the Cerro site was proposed to be a nearly 1 million square foot regional mall, and that resulted in a lot of local concern from their surrounding neighborhoods. And that's when the Cerro Wire Coalition came about. So the Cerro Wire Coalition was a combination of local citizens, HOAs that surrounded the property, and civic organizations that were actively opposed to the mall. After years of fighting, they decided, instead of saying no, you need to articulate what is acceptable. And in 2006, they presented their own alternate development vision in lieu of a mall on the site. And that site plan had 530 residential units, essentially everything in yellow, 120,000 square feet of commercial space, and a hotel, which you see in red. And as you can see from the following renderings, there's generally 2 to 4 stories in height, kind of a new urbanist look with a 5-story hotel. They had a couple of small public parks and courtyards for the residential. So to follow on, as the time went by, you had a 1 million square foot mall, then reproposed as an 860,000 square foot mall, and a last-ditch proposal at 750,000 square feet, and they were all rejected. 5 years after this plan was presented, 70% of Oyster Bay voters voted to sell us, the Department of Public Works site, to marry with the Cerro site to pursue the Cerro Wire Coalition vision. And in late 2013, we paid the town $30 million with a $32.5 million price tag that the voters had approved, and the next year we acquired the Cerro site, and that's how Syosset Park started. So we spent all of 2014 and early 2015 reevaluating the property, understanding its constraints, the issues, especially its history, and importantly, taking the Sarah Wire Coalition's vision to heart. In spring of 15, we held 5 general community open houses to present ideas and concepts, and those are generated by Duwani Plater-Zarberg, who's a world-renowned new urbanist planning firm. Over 700 people attended those 5 meetings. Another 2,000 people interacted with us via Facebook and our website, and we evolved a plan that ultimately led to our application in August of 2015. And this was our plan. In the center, kind of the yellow-orange, is a small, primarily single-story community village with a dine-in theater, small market, some restaurants. We had a small office complex along Robbins Lane, just large enough per the local brokers to be able to recruit a local or regional headquarters. 2 hotels, we'll get into that in a minute, and all the residentials around the periphery and on the town public works site, notably not where there was any plant activity and where there was no landfill. Our goal here was a logical extension of that vision from the Sarah Wire Coalition for both sites. And again, we used what we called benign uses, hotel and more residential, versus heavy uses of office and commercial. And why? Because traffic generation was the heart of the community opposition to the mall proposals. Zoning. So nothing like the Sarah Wire Coalition vision would be allowed under light industry zoning. That's why we're proposing a PUD to create a bridge between a commercial village and the residential medium density designation. At the time, the town was willing to allow such an application because of our community outreach and the response that we received to the Syosset Park ideas that we documented and shared, and also because it was akin to what the Sarah Wire Coalition Vision Plan had provided as a foundation. Density, we're actually consistent with, and in some cases less dense than what was on the Sarah Wire Coalition Vision Plan. We're about 70% of the maximum comparable densities for the retail and for the residential. Why didn't we go for the maximum? Because of traffic. We designed this not to disrupt the key roadways, and specifically the bridge over the Long Island Expressway. We basically backed into the existing roadways, what they could support, and provided a mix of uses that would absolutely minimize the peak hour impacts at morning and evening rush hour. So the park. We started looking at the landfill cap as a giant parking lot, and then we said, well, what about a green open space buffer? But after discussions with the EPA and knowing lots of such facilities have been converted to active parkland all over America, which will be shown later, we proposed the idea of 30 acres of active park space to the community. And we proposed to create parking decks, 4 of those, on our site to free up land to create the park. And the community seemed to like that idea. So how do we stack up to the Sarah Wire Coalition plan? Well, the site down below is the Sarah Wire site, 39 acres, 530 condos and townhomes, 120,000 square feet of commercial, 3 acres of park. On the Department of Public Works site, by right today, you could develop a little over 800,000 square feet of office space, 3 stories, and you can turn that entire landfill cap into a parking lot. How do we compare? 93 acres. We have 625 condos and townhomes, 10% of which we would commit as affordable. We only have 200,000 square feet of office. The minimum brokers are telling us we would need to be successful. We have 2 hotels because hotels don't drive peak hour traffic but do generate taxes. And we had the minimum retail environment walking village that we in Castagna feel confident that we can lease and we can operate successfully at the caliber of our projects here on Long Island. Most importantly, 30 acres, over a third of the site, we've given over as dedicated public space where we committed to design, build the park with the community, and return it back to the town. So that's how we got to our proposal. Every effort we have done has been to be consistent with the Sarah Wire Coalition's vision and to back into protecting roadways, as well as to be sensitive to the placement of the residential as to prior uses. So after a 3-month community dialogue, we had specific community guidance to turn plans in, start the secret process, and actually understand the impacts. And we had the adjacent HOAs put in writing to the town their desire to see it processed. Those were all submitted with the application in August 2015, 34 months ago. One of the key transparency pieces we'd like to highlight is we committed to the community that we would critically assess Syosset Park and look at it in the DEIS, not just our project, but how Syosset Park would stack up against single-use options. For example, you could do 2.3 million square foot of office space here, 3-story office buildings like you have at Jericho Quad, Jericho Plaza, and 11,000 parking spaces. You could do more business park like you have across the railroad, nearly 2 million square feet of that, 4,000 parking spaces, and a whole lot of semi-trucks and tractor trailers. And then again, we committed to look at the smallest of the 3 mall proposals, along with office, at the Department of Public Works site. That's about 8,000 parking spaces. So we said smart growth would have far fewer impacts, especially as to traffic, and here's what the data shows. The data shows we have 2 to 6 times less peak hour traffic because of mixed use. This is the morning PM. We project about 610 cars arriving, about 400 leaving. Of the small mall plus the office would have about 2.5 times the amount of incoming traffic. An industrial business park would have nearly 2,000 cars, and an office campus would have over 3,200 cars. And all those cars would be primarily coming over the South Oyster Bay Road Bridge. This is the evening peak. About 940 cars leaving, about 780 arriving. You'll notice when you look at this stuff that the mixed use has arriving and leaving about the same. That's by design. Small mall plus the office, double that. Same with business industrial park, and triple that for an office campus, all dumping out at Robbins Lane and Miller Place. As part of our traffic study, we took the extra step to create a visual model for everyone to see instead of just tables and numbers. So we have 2 videos. This is actually the morning peak, and this is after we make a series of improvements, like widening and improving Miller Place, fixing the weaving conflict coming off of the Robbins Lane Long Island Expressway exit, widening and upgrading Robbins Lane, including a dedicated flow-by lane on the southbound way to ease access for people who live north of the railroad line. And of course, to upgrade the Long Island Railroad crossing at Robbins Lane to current Federal Railroad standards, including bike and pedestrian gates. Then, in addition, we're providing improvements at 11 other intersections and locations in the broader area, upgrading signals, widening lanes, and improving several intersections. We're providing sidewalk connections to nearby neighborhoods, and to mitigate concerns of parking pressures at the Syosset train station, we've proposed to run a shuttle service at morning and evening and rush hour to the Hicksville station, where there are many more train lines that head into the city for both residents and employees at Syosset Park. So the DEIS has a lot of information as to traffic and mitigation measures, and we certainly don't expect everybody to read the volumes, but we thought it was important these are the facts, these are the mitigations, this is what we will do. Taxes is another important metric for the town, the school district, and the community. We project over $20 million in property taxes per year based on our initial projections made in the draft DEIS that was put together and submitted 15 months ago. About $12 million of that we project to the Syosset Central School District, depending on how their budgeting works out. Between $3 and $3.5 million would go to the town and your various sources and funds. And we also want to highlight that these tax numbers were based on projections of residential values between $400,000 and $700,000 or so per door, based on market studies 2 years ago. We have homes that are about the same size that are selling in Country Point for quite a bit more now. Needless to say, we think that our property tax numbers are probably light. Another $20 million is projected in sales taxes and hotel use and occupancy taxes per year. Most of that goes to the state and the county, but about $1 million to $1.5 million on top of the $3 to $3.5 million of property taxes would flow back to the town for its various sources. And then there is also mortgage taxes and property transfer taxes, likely in the millions of dollars a year. So we think a good $40 million conservatively is the total tax generation to build out here. And that tax base for the town, the school district, the county, and the state would grow every year from that point forward versus $1 million a year today. Jobs and economy, we believe there's over 2,600 jobs for construction will be created here and over 2,000 permanent jobs at Syosset Park. On environmental issues, our goal is to make this project better than the condition that was left to us, that was left to the community, and using the Sarah Wire Coalition's vision. We voluntarily entered the state brownfield cleanup program because of the concerns we heard 3 years ago at our community outreach, even though the site was signed off 15 years ago. Why? Because the new standards are now 10 to 20 times more restrictive. And we also felt we owed it to the community to be as transparent and to be as separate. Let the state make the decisions what we can and can't do here. All testing is directed by the state based on historic records and newer standards and performed by licensed professionals with direct experience here on Long Island. All those test results are provided to the state for review and for full public disclosure. Again, we're trying to make it better. As to the landfill, there are no buildings proposed on or within the boundaries of the landfill cap, period. Nothing is proposed to be built on the landfill cap that will disrupt it, and the US EPA will provide guidance and oversight of anything that's done to the cap, just as they had when the towns used for heavy trucks and snow plows and salt bins and everything were placed on top of it. There are no homes or buildings to be built within 25 feet of the very edge of that cap of that landfill. Frankly, most of them are farther away than the elementary school and the existing homes that are surrounding the site today. And an active park will not be built if the US EPA determines it is unsafe or infeasible. There will be continued air quality and groundwater monitoring by the town of the landfill itself with federal oversight, regardless of what sits on top of it. Again, we're taking a remediated situation, but not a very attractive one, and working with the Environmental Protection Agency to make it better. So the park. We saw there was a huge community demand for park facilities and sports fields. The single soccer field next to Lifetime Fitness is just a clear example of how competitive and how difficult it is to find fields in that area. It could be a 30-acre open space. We could have just done a surface parking lot instead of spending money building parking decks. But we saw this as something the community liked, needed, wanted, and so we incorporated in that based on the community feedback we had. So, no development on the former Cerro Wire site without specific approval of the state of New York, period. No development will occur on the landfill cap without EPA approval for either the parks or parking, period. No homes or buildings will be built within 25 feet of the edge of that landfill cap, period. So again, we are here to listen tonight. We do want to address some of the comments, and I'm going to pass this over to our environmental counsel, Barry Cohen.
Good evening, thank you. We really just want to address some of the misinformation that's been posted on social media. We can't do it all. There's new claims every day, but we'll pick out a few of the highlights. One claim is that there's a federal court case, this court case from 1997, that provides evidence that radioactive waste was disposed of at the landfill. In fact, the claim is that it was shipped by rail from Grumman to the landfill. The problem is that this case doesn't say that. It doesn't provide that evidence. The fact of the matter is that the terms radioactive, nuclear, radionuclide are never mentioned in this case. Why would somebody put this in the public record to support that claim when it's not even mentioned? Another popular claim that there's never been off-site testing it from this landfill. That's absolutely untrue. The US EPA, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, required off-site testing in connection with the investigation and closure of the landfill. In fact, annual testing that's occurred since 2001 includes sampling of off-site wells. It's all in the public record. It's all available information. Why people would say that it's never been performed is unclear. There's a number of claims with regard to the cap at the landfill. One claim is that the landfill can't be used as a park. It can't be repurposed as a community park. The fact of the matter is that there are literally hundreds of landfills and Superfund sites across the country that have been repurposed for that very use, for exactly what we're proposing to do here if the community wants it. All this work has been done under the oversight of environmental and health agencies to make sure future visitors at the park are safe. So it's happening all over the place, including in New York, including in other locations on Long Island. There's a claim that the cap that was constructed at Syosset was inferior to other caps. That's not accurate. It's in the DEIS. The cap that was installed at the Syosset landfill is more rigorous than any others. It had to be to handle the heavy truck traffic that's used by the town and the storage of materials. The claim's just not valid. The worst claim, the one that bothers us the most, the one that seems to be the most devoid of fact, is that the landfill and Cerro Wire are spewing toxic waste or toxic chemicals into the community. This claim simply has no merit. It runs counter to more than 2 decades of data, soil data, groundwater data, soil gas data, data collected by New York State professional engineers who do not just work for the town of Oyster Bay, but work for multiple municipalities on similar projects. Professional engineers who happen to have a stellar reputation. The data is submitted to third-party independent laboratories that are approved by the New York State Department of Health. The data they have to follow validation requirements. The data has to be subject to quality control and quality assurance. And the data has been accepted for more than 2 decades, accepted and reviewed by the US EPA, the New York State Department of Health, and the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. At Zero Wire, there's been more than 750 soil samples collected from more than 400 locations at the property. There's been not 1, not 2, but 5 separate groundwater investigations. There's been soil vapor sampling. The data that's been performed under agency oversight and submitted to the agencies does not support the claim that it's spewing toxic waste or toxic chemicals. At the landfill, there were large, expensive, long studies performed at the direction of the US EPA in connection with, first, the investigation of the on-site landfill, groundwater sampling, soil gas monitoring. Then the EPA, after it completed that study, ordered a separate investigation, the sole purpose of which was to determine whether contaminants at the landfill were migrating off-site. The data from all of that work does not support the claim that these sites are spewing toxic chemicals or toxic waste. So now the latest is, well, we need new data, because it doesn't support the claim. It doesn't make any sense. That means that none of the data accepted as valid by the United States Environmental Protection Agency, the New York State Department of Health, the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, the Nassau County Department of Health, it's all a waste. It was all a waste of time. You paid for most of it. It just doesn't make sense. We understand that folks have questions about environmental and health issues. We should. We're New Yorkers, better yet, we're Long Islanders. I understand that I grew up next to a landfill on Long Island. What we encourage, we've been asking that people have information on environmental and health. Please give it to us so we can evaluate it. We've never received it. There's been social media posts, but we've been told there's boxes and boxes of stuff. We've been asking for it. Okay, you don't want to give it to us? Hopefully, the board will please encourage people to submit it to the New York State Department of Health, to the agency, so the experts can review this information. Please, just the concept that you can bring a site like this, a development project, to the US EPA, the Nassau County Department of Health, the State Department of Health, and the DEC, all of whom we've invited to review our proposal, all of whom we've been meeting with for over 2 years, the concept that they would allow people, families, children to be exposed to toxic waste is simply ludicrous. It does not occur. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And this will be the procedure tonight. I'm going to call the first 2 names. Debbie Hunter. Debbie Hunter is the first speaker here tonight. And Christopher DiFilippo. So, Debbie, you go to one microphone. Christopher, go to the other. When Debbie Hunter gets done, I'm going to call another name to replace Debbie, and we'll go back and forth so we move this along. Each speaker, I would ask to please identify themselves with name and address and organization affiliation, if any. Debbie, the floor is yours.
Okay. Hi, my name is Debbie Hunter. I am co-president of the Birchwood at Syosset Homeowners Civic Association. I live at 14 Elmwood Lane, Syosset, right around the block from this proposed Syosset Park, or should I call it a city. Good evening, members of the community, Town of Oyster Bay, and Simon's Syosset Park members. I am here today as co-president of the Syosset Birchwood Civic Association, and as a community member. Let me be blunt. I am against the magnitude of this project and want to express my concerns to the community as well as the Town of Oyster Bay Board. 25 years ago, I was one of the founding members that began the fight for the mall. 25 years I gave up of my free time with my children to fight this mall. You, Simon Properties, Todd Fabricant, and Howard Aberdeen, and my co-president were part of this founding group. We worked extremely close throughout the years. We attended countless meetings, spoke at court proceedings, and even attended some Supreme Court hearings. It took 22 years to win this battle with the help of Simon Malls. Looking back, we were fools. The No Mall agenda was proposed. We continued to propose this No Mall agenda with the backing of Simon. 25 years have gone by, and the traffic on Robbins Lane, Jericho Turnpike, and South Oyster Bay Road is unbearable. Adding your city will just add to the existing problem in our congested area. 300 homes, 600 cars, no big deal. But let's talk about everything else that's coming and going in this community. Birchwood Park Lane will have an influx of traffic. My development will become the cut-through, the quick route to get to South Oyster Bay Road. With 2 elementary schools surrounded by this park, the safety and the concerns of the children of this area is my first concern. The health and the safety of our children is at risk. Now, I know my age is now going to show, but 29 years ago, before all this started, the state and the town began to do work on the service road and the LIE. They began digging up the area and cutting down the trees. We had a severe rodent problem, and I don't mean 5 rodents. I mean hundreds of rodents. In my home, in my neighbor's home, under people's decks. It was all over the place. The surrounding park on Marlene Drive, you could not walk to that park and put my children in that park as rats were running through that area. The day you dig in that park area or zero wire, what are you going to do to prevent the influx of rodents who have been nesting there for 25 years or longer? Continue. 2 weeks ago, the Long Island Railroad proceeded to cut down trees between 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. I had to go to work the next day, and so did the entire neighborhood. Some people heard it, some people did not. Who's to guarantee when and where you're going to do all of the digging, the banging, the trucks? Who's to say that you are not going to do it through the weekend, where we entertain, where we sit with our children? Who's to say that you are not going to be doing this between the hours of 12 a.m. and 6 a.m., where it's quieter and there's not a lot of traffic through the neighborhood? When is this project going to be done? I am not an expert when it comes to the environmental study, so therefore I will not talk about it. I hope there will be other people in the community who are more apt to understand the dangers or whatever they're going on. I beg the town of Oyster Bay to turn this community project down.
Thank you, Debbie.
very
Thank you very much. Julie Groper, can you go up to that mic, and then we'll hear from Christopher DiFilippo. Chris, would you just identify yourself and any organization that you're affiliated with?
Sure. My name is Christopher DiFilippo. I've been in the community in Woodbury for 36 years. I'm representing myself and my personal views. Good evening, Town Supervisor Saladino, Councilman, and Town Government. Closer? Okay. I'm speaking tonight, like I said, as an individual and not representing any entity, school, or fire department. I'm a first responder now for 8 years in the Syosset Volunteer Fire Department as an EMT. I lived here for over 36 years. This is my home, my town. I'm passionate of it, and I strive to keep it safe from all known hazards. I work in technology as a project manager. One of my key jobs is to mitigate risks, which is basically identify them and have a mediation plan if those risks are triggered. Major risk number 1. I'm advocating for independent testing of the soil and water at both former Zero Wire and DPW site for all hazards, including and not limited to radioactivity, before any consideration is made for building anything on the proposed site. Major development and building of a city within a city on a former Zero Wire and adjacent Superfund site in Syosset. As we now sadly and painfully realize, when the federal government told everyone it was safe to return to the 911 Ground Zero area in 2001, you can't take that out of my 5 minutes, okay? That was not the case. I'm a first responder now. I was not a first responder in 2001. I was inspired by the men and women who risked their lives and came to help when duty called. Many of these respondents are not here today with us because they died prematurely of thyroid, colon, prostate, blood, brain cancers, and other serious health issues. If I was a first responder back in 2001, I would have stayed and helped out, but my chances of being here, talking to all of you now, would be very unlikely. The government took years to be convinced of serious medical and health after effects. Town board, do not be misled by the potential risks. Alleged government downplaying of health risks, which downplayed the health risks of the area and rushed to reopen the area around Ground Zero, although this posed a grave and immediate health risk to first responders, many corporations were eager to hear the news of the new stock exchange being reopened only a few days after the collapse. I myself personally was there, and then soon after they told me to come back because they said that everything was tested by EPA, DEC, there's all these data, there's all these studies, and it's safe. Luckily, I did not believe that. Please, I insist for these reasons we have independent testing done so history does not repeat itself and children face the same fate as the 911 first responders. I personally do not want any housing, as it will overload the schools in excess of 500 students. This is my personal estimate, and it may increase property taxes. I came out here to live away from Queens and do not want Queens to be in my community. However, I am not totally against building out the property. However, we need to do due diligence, identify risks, and have an action plan to remediate if that is feasible. Risk number 2, the Syosset Fire Department. We will need to meet the increased demands for this city within a city. I am unsure how fire rescue resources will be met. The area planned is overcongested, and I have not seen access routes to all these homes to put out fires and transport people for medical attention. If the fire department cannot meet the needs of medical rescue, then that responsibility should fall upon the shoulders of Nassau County Police Department to provide increased medics and ambulances. Taxes will most likely increase to support the fire and police departments. If this development is serious about a city within a city and serve the needs of the community, then consideration should be that they provide the school building, they provide the fire and medical rescue, that they are all self-contained. I also suggest that the developer should set up an office location where the community can visit the office, inspect the proposed model, obtain literature and information, and interact with the developer, and whenever needed. Not infrequent meetings at Miller Ridge or elsewhere that gives the appearance of a carpet bed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Christopher. Thank you. Bob Fryer. Julie Groper.
Hi, my name is Julie Gropper. I live at 40 Berkeley Lane in the neighborhood directly south of Syosset Park. I am the co-president, along with Debbie Hunter, who just spoke, for the Birchwood at Syosset Civic Association. I am also on the Alternative Development Committee. We do not agree, but we're still best friends. You're not going to clap for me, anybody here. I am for the park. I think that the Simon developers have done their due diligence with the property, and I do agree that the property might be a little bit too big, that the program might be a little bit large for that area, and it could be scaled down to a different size, but I think we should listen to what they have to say, because that property is disgusting. It's not safe the way it is, and it needs to be developed. Whether we all agree or disagree with this particular plan is another story, and they're willing to listen to us, to give us the time, and to hear us in what we want. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you. Li Ling Yu can come on down. Bob Fryer.
Hi, Bob Fryer from Woodbury. I, as the project currently stands, am against Syosset City or Syosset Park. And I ask the board, before any kind of vote is taken, that you hire a new, independent, outside testing company from outside of this state that has no political connection to this town or this county. Test for radioactive materials as well. That's very important. It is a fact that the area around Syosset Park is a major cancer cluster for Long Island. That needs to be addressed. And then the only other thing I have to say is that only vote yes after seeing this new independent data, and that every single one of you on the board here is comfortable that this data proves out that your own children and family would be safe to live there. That's all. Thank you.
Josh Lapizon, you can come down, please.
Good evening. My name is Ling Ling Xu. I'm from 3 Korean Core Syosset. So before I start, I just want to maybe spend a little bit, just 1 second to address Julie. And Julie, I don't totally against your point, because, you know, at certain point, if we need to develop this land, yes, we can. But today, for tonight, the topic is actually for this particular project. So we should focus on this project, but not talking about the future. If there are any other alternative plan, we can have a separate meeting, and it's a totally different topic to me. So I would like to spend my 5 minutes actually just talk about the school impact. I have 2 school-age children, and more from the property tax impact. You know, right now I'm just looking at the impact study, and based on the Syosset Board of Education, there are about 355 new students will enroll into Syosset School District. And on average, each student costs $20,000 per year. And with the special education students, that's $62,000 per year. And that accounts about 13% of the total enrollment for special education. So if you're adding all this number together, that translates about $10 million a year. And then currently, based on the impact study Simon Group actually provided, the annual tax revenue is about $12 million. But that $12 million only will cover all the collective impact to the whole community, including the fire department, the library, all the traffic, and then all the other things. So this number just doesn't add up, you know. And then the second thing is, you know, when we're talking about all these numbers right now, we are using a very key assumption, because we are using the current student enrollment number. But with the 355, with such a large scale of increase in the enrollment, that means we almost talking about a new school. And then the current impact study or the plan does not have any number talking about building a new school, how they actually going to expand the school facility. That's additional money on top of the enrollment costs per student. So I guess, in short, right now, just by simply playing all these numbers, it doesn't add up to me. And then that means we, as a resident, we need to pay the bill, and we shouldn't be penalized for that. And my kids shouldn't be forced out of school, of Syosset, such a nice school and such a nice community. And we want to stay here, but with the increased tax, a lot of students could be forced out of the community. So please consider.
Thank you. Thank you, Leah. Thank you. Kevin Law. Josh, before you get started, first of all, I want to express my appreciation that the speaker's honoring the 5-minute rule. It's moving right along. Everyone's going to get a chance to talk tonight. I appreciate that. Secondly, I just want to remind everyone that you can submit written comments online. And let me, if you have something to write with, the website is public comment at oysterbay-ny.gov. Public comment at oysterbay-ny.gov. So if you're interested in doing that, and again, you're always welcome to submit written comments here, and that will become part of the record. Josh?
How you doing, Len?
How are you?
Good. Josh Lafazan, 89 Cypress Drive, represent my office. Good evening. My name is Joshua Lafazan, and I'm so privileged and honored to represent the 18th District in the Nassau County Legislature. My job as a legislator is to listen to the concerns of our community. And people have a right to feel concerned. The decision made by this town board will have an impact on this property for the next 100 years. Therefore, taking time to ensure that all residents have their question answered is good government. And tonight, I am demanding answers on behalf of my constituents. My constituents want to know what this project means for our school district. Clearly, there is a stark contrast between the student projections the developer has made and the opinion of the school district. Everyone here present in this auditorium wants a bolstered tax base and new students to populate our classrooms, but not at the expense of our current students. So when my constituents ask me about the impact the Syosset Park will have on Syosset schools, I don't have satisfactory information to give them an answer. My constituents want to know what this project means for our environment. The primary concern from residents has been this project's potential environmental impact. When you're dealing with potential toxicity, there is no guesswork. And my constituents are demanding, and they deserve, independent assurance that this land can and should be built on. So when my constituents ask me about whether this site is safe, I don't have satisfactory information to give them an answer. My constituents want to know what this project means for emergency services. The Syosset Volunteer Fire Department is second to none. With the dramatic rise in calls they are handling now, it's no secret that ambulance service in this community has been strained. Now, facing a potential influx of people, the need for EMTs will only continue to grow. So when my constituents ask me about the impact the Syosset Park will have on emergency vehicle response time, once again, I don't have satisfactory information to give them an answer. And lastly, my constituents want to know what this project means for the Jericho Water District. Many of us today take the availability of clean water for granted. Is the new revenue generated from this project greater or equal to the potential capital expenditures Jericho will now need to pump water into this area? And will there be a decrease in service for current customers? So once again, when my constituents ask me about the long-term impact the Syosset Park will have on the Jericho Water District, I don't have satisfactory information to give them an answer. And as a full-time legislator, I've researched this project thoroughly. So if I don't have the satisfactory information to weigh in on this project, it is no wonder people feel anxious, uncertain, and oftentimes they feel afraid. Therefore, I want to close with this. I have lived here. I have lived here all my life.
Thank you.
I have excited constituents. Thank you for that. I was elected to the school board for 5 years. I was senior class president in this very building, and I now represent Syosset as legislator. So I can say with complete confidence to the town board that I know my hometown pretty well. The kind of comments that have been circulating on social media are not who we are, and people are going to disagree. And part of the reason that the debate and discussion over this project has turned hostile is because many people feel or underinformed. So I ask everybody, I implore everybody tonight, let's get everybody the information they are asking for. And I am once again calling for logic and pragmatism to retake prominence in our dialogue. And folks, when people are armed with all the facts, and when citizens can then evaluate what they have heard and come to a consensus on their own. And at this point, whether residents choose to agree or disagree, people of good conscience will not accept these personal attacks that have been pervasive online. We're better than this, and it's time we started acting like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh. Todd Fabricant, please come down. Kevin Law, welcome this evening.
Good. My name is Kevin Law. I'm the president of the Long Island Association, and we're at 300 Broad Hollow Road in Melville. And I thank the town for allowing me the opportunity. I will not use up the entire 5 minutes, but I am going to mix it up and be the first speaker to speak on behalf and in support of this project. We believe this is a very important project. It's a mutually significant project. It's a project that's going to repurpose an eyesore. It's something that's been abandoned for a couple of decades. It's a project that's going to create jobs. It's going to create tax revenue. And I'd like to say a few words on behalf of the developer, especially Mr. Castagna. He's one of the most charitable, nicest, well-reputation as a developer. Not all developers get that reputation on Long Island, and Long Island is lucky to have somebody like him. We support investment in this region, investments that'll, again, create both temporary jobs for our labor unions and then permanent jobs for the facilities that ultimately get built here. And so, part of Long Island's future is going to be largely in repurposing sites like this. Now, that doesn't mean some of the concerns from the community aren't legitimate, and I trust through this process the town will try to address their concerns, and I don't try to diminish them in any way. But I think it's important to encourage investment in our region. And there's something else I think it's worth noting. We've done a couple of studies watching our demographics here on Long Island over the last few years. The only segment of our population in all of Long Island is the 55 and over. And we're not, if people read Newsday last week, we just released another study on our birth rate, which is declining. Now, having a child is a very personal decision. People make the decision to have or not have a child for a lot of reasons. But we shouldn't be putting up roadblocks that may impact a person's or people's decisions to have children. And right now, that population of our children is not growing. And children are not bad. Children become our future students. They become our future employees. And that's important. We need to make sure we're replenishing. So it's just important. But the bottom line, that's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, let him finish, please.
It's important to keep an eye on our demographics. But this is an important project. We support it, and we encourage the town to move forward with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Kevin McKenna. Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, Town Supervisor and the Town Board. My name is Todd Fabricant. I am Chairman of the Zero Wire Coalition, Jericho, New York. And yes, Debbie Hunter was part of our initial team that tried and did stop them all. For the point of education to my fellow community members, 22 years ago, a coalition of civic, chambers of commerce, school districts, public entities banded together to fight on behalf of the Syosset Jericho residents a major development that was destined to be an 800,000 square foot mall on the property previously known as Cyril Wire on Robbins Lane and the LIE, where traffic was told to be 5,000 cars per hour on the holiday season. The project was rejected and defeated by you, the residents, and denied by the previous administration of our town board. Thankfully, residents showed up in opposition at every venue. The Taubman Corporation showed up and attempted to bully our Jericho-Syosset community. The community at large felt that saying no to a project was not progressive thinking. We chose not to be another NIMBY, standing for Not in My Backyard group. And for the first time in Nassau County development history, we came up with the idea of, hey, how about putting together an alternate development committee? So a subcommittee was formed and chaired by Mr. Warren Church, a Syosset resident, a retired police officer from Nassau County's 6th Precinct, a very active leader with the Syosset Chamber, the VFW, and other organizations to review positive mixed-use plans for the old Cyril Wire property. Mr. Church created this committee by asking community leaders to join in the process. A committee over 20 area leaders interviewed and reviewed several projects from many development firms to discuss positive options. This committee felt Syosset Park offered the best mixed use as an opportunity to move forward on the old Cyril Wire property. Syosset Park, consisting of Simon Properties and Castagna Realty, a local and long-term development company, has been more than transparent during this entire process. They held about 6 open forum meetings where we informed the community, offering their experts at several tables, topic tables, throughout the room, coupled with whiteboards for informational feedback from residents. I wish we had that room filled with the many of you that are here tonight. Heads of civic organizations surround the property, Birchwick Civic Association, where I was honored to be a past president, Syosset Groves, Birchwood Syosset, are just to name a few tonight, to support the development of the property in accordance with the vision of the ADC that was developed on all of your behalves in this room tonight. Tonight, this hearing is for commentary, not a yes or a no. Unfortunately, many are spreading misinformation as scare tactics, including personal attacks on me personally. We're actually here must be governed by facts and law. Tonight, this is respectfully, we, the ADC and the coalition, are looking for your leadership at the town board, Mr. Supervisor and council members, to support reasonable and appropriate development of this property, which from what the many meetings we had of the ADC and the community at large attended, not only meets health and safety requirements, but also puts the property back on the tax rolls and includes homes, apartments, office space, hotels, and certainly, let's not forget, a 30-acre park for all of us to use. I also want to add that the community has been working together, and on top of everything I mentioned, this will offer union jobs for our union members and their families to also pay their bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Kyle Strober. Kyle Strober. Kevin, good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Simon, Mr. Supervisor, Town Board. My name is Kevin McKenna. I've lived in Syosset from the late 60s, on and off, and back again the last few years. I first off want to respond to the statement that the gentleman made next to Mr. Davis. I apologize, I forget his name, where he states that false information is being spewed out on Facebook land. I have been very, very interested in this project for the last year and a half, and my interest continued to peak as I found the information that I have found that is very, very important to the public. The gentleman stated that he actually said that there has been testing done outside the perimeter of the site. I have a letter that I received yesterday that I've been waiting for from the EPA, from Ms. Cheryl Henry, and I will read to you from the letter. And I'm only going to read this one inaccuracy that the gentleman said because I don't have time in the 5 minutes. But if you, as Mr. Venditto said once before he got indicted, if you tell a lie one time, then you can't believe anything that they've said if they tell one lie. From the EPA, to respond to your question regarding soil sampling outside the perimeter of the landfill, when the landfill was closed in 1975, it was covered with clean sand and silt. Furthermore, since 1997, as part of the remedial action plan, the site was capped with a 24-inch barrier protection layer over a 60 mil high-density polyethylene geomembrane, a 12-inch gas venting layer, and a geotextile filter fabric. With such protection in place, there is no exposure pathway to the waste at the landfill. Therefore, no perimeter ground or soil testing was determined to be necessary at this site. That's from Cheryl Henry at the EPA. I will post a copy of the letter tonight on Syosset No City and Town of Oyster Bay News. I have a few topics, but I'm going to quickly go to this one. What really got me interested was when Newsday did a story this past August. You know, they say there can't be any radioactive materials on this site. Well, first off, there is a problem. We know that. There's a lot of sickness and deaths in the area. So you would think that people would want to do independent testing. We shouldn't have to beg them. But don't applaud. Let me finish. The DEC, when they found radioactive material at the Bethpage site and the Lake Success site this past August, the DEC, Mr. Sergio, I think it's Bassos, he made a statement in Newsday, you could Google it, that they are going to evaluate all 143 Superfund sites on Long Island to test for radioactive materials. We are still awaiting that list to come out. Now, I know from talking to sanitation people that what was dumped in Bethpage was dumped in Syosset, and what was dumped in Syosset was dumped in Bethpage. The list is not out yet. I've asked Cheryl Henry. Actually, when I called Cheryl Henry 3-4 weeks ago, she's been very, very helpful. When I called her 4 weeks ago, the purpose of the call was to find out, because the DE said in the article that they were working in conjunction with the EPA to develop the list. When I called her up, she said, "What are you talking about?" She said, "Can you send me a copy of that article?" I put Cheryl Henry in touch with the DEC, and she told me 4 weeks ago that she was going to find out what's going on with that list, because it would be a no-brainer that Syosset be put on the new list for testing of radioactive material, since it's so close by. In the letter I got yesterday, although she answered a lot of my questions, she said, as far as the DEC, she said, "I still have not given them a call." She has not Well, she's telling me that she has not contacted the DEC to find out what's going on that list. I don't believe that. I don't believe what the town of Oyster Bay says. I don't believe what their consultants say. I don't believe what the DEC says. I don't believe what the EPA says. Keep in mind that the landfill...
Kevin, you're well over your time.
Okay. The landfill was controlled during the past years by organized crime.
Kevin.
And payoffs were common, and the people that are on the site from the DEC and the EPA are the same people that were on this project 15, 20 years ago. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Robin Grossman. Can I just take a moment out and remind everybody here? I spent some years prosecuting serious crimes in this county, and there's a principle of law that everyone here should respect, and that is when you're accused of a crime, there's something called the presumption of innocence, and that stays with you until such time as you are convicted by enough evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. And let's everybody be reminded of that, and let's please be respectful of that. That's an important right that we have in this country.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kyle Strober, and I'm the Executive Director for the Association for a Better Long Island. I first want to thank the supervisor and the council for being here. I think what Mr. Simon says earlier is that listening is a very important part of the process. And I also want to thank the developers here as well as listening. I mean, this is not going to be the easiest night. But ABLI's mission is to protect, improve, and strengthen the Long Island economy by advocating for responsible growth, affordable energy, a reduced tax burden, investment in infrastructure, and improving our workforce, thereby protecting our region's economic future. And projects like Syosset Park, redeveloping an unused plot of land, is critical to our region's long-term economic viability. The facts that stated above are clear. The project will increase tax revenue from $1 million to $20 million annually, of which $12 million would go to the school district. I know it was said that only $12 million total, but I believe from the slide it was more. It was $20 million, and 12, which she projected 10, was needed. 12 would go to the school district. They will clarify this if I'm wrong. Almost $19 million would be generated in sales tax and hotel motel taxes, 2,600 construction jobs, and over 2,000 permanent jobs. It will provide housing options for all ages. Baby boomers could downsize to condos while remaining close to the families that live in the community. It'll also help attract and maintain a young professional workforce that's vital to our economic future. Last week, the Long Island Index highlighted how critical it is for Long Island to keep up with the way new generations want to live. The Long Island Index stated traditional suburban lifestyle in other parts of New York is changing, and Nassau and Suffolk counties must change too if they want to stay affordable and competitive. Syosset Park, in some form, maybe not in this total, but somewhere down the line, is the solution and would be a positive economic force, not just for Syosset or the town of Oyster Bay, but for our entire region. Someone like myself, I'm a millennial. You know, I look to live in mixed-use downtowns. When me and my wife came to Long Island, we were looking for Huntington. We were looking for Farmingdale, Patchogue, Rockville Center. This is where the next generation wants to live. So I say that this property has been the subject of much debate over decades, and even tonight. But it's time to work together to find a solution and allow it to be reinvented as a vital and dynamic part of the community. I encourage you, the town board, to support this project and work with the community, as it will have a lasting impact on our region, and in turn, you will be creating a legacy of leadership and vision that has enhanced our collective quality of life. I thank everyone.
Thank you.
And have a good night.
Thank you, Kyle. Glenn Vogelman. come on down. Robin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good evening, members of Town Board, and thank you to those who put this forum together so we could hear public comment on Syosset Park. My name is Robin Grossman. I am a resident who lives relatively close to the former site of Sierra Wire and the newly proposed Syosset Park. I have closely followed and been part of this story since 1998, when the first of my two children entered kindergarten at Robbins Lane Elementary School. 12 days ago, my husband was put in a medically induced coma and placed on life support. I have been by his side night and day, day and night. However, tonight, I am here because this project is important to me, my family, my friends and neighbors who could not make it tonight. Something has to and will happen to this barren and unsightly parcel of land. The community has been given multiple opportunities, whether they chose to or not, speak and have their voices heard against a proposed mall that was not a right fit for our community. The community has also been given multiple opportunities, whether they chose to or not, to speak and have their voices heard that they did want a walkable downtown. That is how the concept of Syosset Park came to be. Now is the time for change. Change is hard, but change is good. To the audience, before I begin telling you my thoughts about the proposed project, I want to clearly state that I have publicly and wrongly been accused, by way of slander and libel, of being a paid shill, as well as being accused of owning property management company that, I quote, will positively bring me more wealth. While I'm flattered that many of you think this is true, my background actually lies in the medical field, and I have recently began a venture into a small company that is still in its infancy stage. The statements in reference to property management come from a Googled source of another person with the same name. But rather than actually reading and understanding the content of that information, misinterpretations led to rumors and lies, much the way the rumors and lies have been spread by the rebel-rousers who have been spewing too many falsities, anger, and hate about the proposed project. In addition, an attorney by the name of Alan Hyman was also wrongly accused of working for the town. These are just some of the unstable comments that I want to bring to your attention as to where the minds lie in reference to this project. With that said, a legal document to cease and desist will be served to assorted parties on my behalf. Now for my comments. It is in my opinion that the proposed, excuse me, I gave you the respect. I expect respect in return. It is in my opinion that the proposed Syosset Park is a bit too large for the land it will sit on and to our surrounding neighborhoods and corridors. With that said, I would like to see a reduction in the number of residential units, decrease from the proposed 625 units to maybe 500, which could be about a 20% reduction. I am aware that Simon and Castagna Realty will be helping the school district somehow offset the cost with build-outs to the local elementary schools if necessary. However, with a reduction, the number of residential units will decrease the number of potential families moving in. In turn, it will have a snowball effect on other nuances such as a reduction in traffic. I also propose, unless I misread what was going on the overhead, that maybe a double turning lane rather than a single turning lane into the complex on both the service road of the LIE and on Robbins Lane to further reduce potential traffic issues. I am in favor of this project versus anything else that has been proposed, just not the scope that it was presented. I am also not in favor of 2 hotels. And by the way, I am also on the alternate development committee. I have all confidence in the builders in the town that environmental issues that were once a hazard have been cleaned up to the appropriate health standards, and it is to my understanding and a promise made by the builders that they will make the parcel even safer than what is necessary.
Robin,
Yes.
if you could be kind enough to
Oh,
sort of
sorry.
wrap it up, we're a little over
Absolutely.
time,
Yes.
please. Thank you.
Yes. I will actually let everybody else speak because some of the issues have already been addressed. So I just say thank you again for listening to my concerns and proposals to help us make this a symbiotic relationship between Simon and Castagna Realty and us, their new neighbors.
Thank you. Thank you. Glenn Vogelman. Oh,
Good
Glenn is
evening.
here.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board.
Glenn, could you hold on one second? If I could read this, I will. Alan Kennemar, you're next. Go ahead, Glenn, I'm sorry.
No problem. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board. By way of the introduction, my name is Glenn Vogelman, and I am a resident of Woodbury, New York. I have a wife and 2 young children, ages 7 and 3. In my 15-year career as an investment manager, I'm constantly asking myself one very important question that I hope you all are asking yourselves as you think about whether or not to move forward with the draft DEIS statement to a formal EIS statement. Is the risk associated with this project as it relates to our community worth the reward? In my job, I have to ask myself each day, is this risk associated with this investment worth the amount of a reward that I can provide my investors? Except in this case, we're talking about the lives of the people in this community. So I have 2 main points that I'd like to address today. Number 1, the Syosset School District as an interested party. And number 2, the studies done on the existing conditions of the land, water, and air quality. I'll spend most of my time on the Syosset School District because I'm not an adept to talk about many of the issues that others hopefully will talk about. So first, I'd like to discuss the Syosset School District as an interested party and the risk that the estimates made by the developer prove too conservative in terms of the influx of children into the 625 housing units they plan to build. I'm a common sense kind of guy, and to me, this estimate has way more upside risk to our school district than reward, and here is why. According to the DEIS statement, third-party estimates assume 243 students. We currently have 6,600 in our district. I believe these estimates are too low. Why? Given the estimated price of these units per the DEIS of $325,000 to $750,000 per unit, they would be some of the more affordable homes in our district. They would likely drive up the number of students per housing unit relative to the estimates made in the DEIS statement. A math equation for everyone here who likes math. There are roughly 11,300 residential addresses in the Syosset School District. There are 6,600 students in the Syosset School District. That means there are roughly 1.7 students per address in our district. If you take that and you multiply it times not 625 units, but let's just say 572 units, exclude the 1-bedroom units out of the 625, you get 1,000 students. Using a more aggressive analysis, if we assume 53 1-bedroom units have no children, all 439 2-bedroom units, the 2nd bedroom at double occupancy. In the 3-bedroom units, the extra 2 bedrooms are at double occupancy, so 4 students per housing unit. You add that all up, you get to 1,400 school-age children. And this would be if each unit were occupied legally. In other words, what if some of all the units exceed the legal occupancy of the unit? So you get my drift. 243, 1,400 plus. You make the decision as to what is a reasonable assumption. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle. Okay? Then moving on to the cost to educate our students. So we have a 2018-19 school budget proposed of $230 million for Syosset School District. The incremental cost per student per the DEIS statement is actually $25,000 if you take the $20,000 that the lady earlier spoke about and the $63,000 for students that need more assistance. It's a $25,000 blended number. If you take the $12 million revenue estimate that's been given in the DEIS statement and divide by 25,000, again, a math equation, I'm a math guy, that's 480 students. So 253, 1,400 plus, break even at 480. You guys can do the math, okay? So, so then every incremental student over 480 is going to cost all the taxpayers in this room more money. Now, I mentioned earlier that we have 6,600 students currently enrolled in this district. If you actually go to the Syosset Schools website, they actually give a detail every year about their budget, enrollment projections, et cetera, et cetera. I urge anyone to go take a look at this. I couldn't believe it myself when I looked at it. In May of 2000, I think this is really important. Can you just give me like another 30 seconds,
Can you wrap
please?
it up if you
appreciate
can?
it. Thank you. Thank you. So in May of 2016, the school district put out a publication about their projected enrollment they do it for the next rolling 3 or 4 years. So in May of 2016, so that's 2 years ago, they projected that our school district was going to have 6,110 students. I just told you that we have 6,600, okay? That's 8.5% higher than their estimate 2 years ago. So take that into consideration. So I've talked about now the ongoing expenses about if we were to take all these extra students and fit them into our existing school district and capacity in our existing schools. But what happens if we have to start redistricting our whole community and taking kids out of schools because we can't fit them in South Grove or Robbins Lane? What happens if we have to accommodate by actually building a new facility? We haven't even talked about that. I know that was mentioned, but I'm going to quote something here from the DEIS statement. So as part of the DEIS, the developer is, quote, willing to work with the Syosset School District to evaluate and plan for potential capital facility needs as the project is built out over time. Now, I would most certainly suggest that those agreements should be put in place well before the first shovel ever hits the ground for obvious reasons.
Glenn,
I'm finishing up.
you have to wrap it up because I just want you to be respectful of the other people here today. Okay?
So my conclusion here is common sense. If you have it, it's pretty obvious here. This is the estimates that were presented to us in the DEIS statement are not conservative assumptions. My last point here will be on the related studies done. I'm a risk reward guy again, and some other people have said here, obviously, when someone tells me that with certainty that a site is remediated, that there's not going to be health issues, that there's no issues whatsoever, I tell you, I run the other direction because the fact of the matter is I get up every day out of bed and I assume that I'm going to get hit by a bus because you never know what could happen in life. And if anyone tells me with certainty that this land is okay, if you guys feel comfortable that it's absolutely certain, it's on your shoulders if anyone dies. And
Thank you.
That's all I'll say.
Glenn, listen. You're welcome to stay on. Okay? 1 minute.
Oh, 1 more minute. Oh, okay, great. 1 more minute. Thank you very much for the time. I appreciate it. So I'll leave you with one last thought. Imagine your elementary. I'll leave you with one last thought. Imagine your elementary age child.
Glenn, hold on a minute. If we all make a commitment to honor that 5-minute rule, we would avoid this very kind of situation. I know people are making important remarks. I know that. I accept that. And they're good and they're interesting remarks. But let's not yell at each other. Let's embrace the fact that we have differences, but please honor the 5-minute rule. Glenn, wrap it up for us, please. Thanks.
My last point, I'll leave with the board. I leave you with this last thought. Imagine your elementary-age child was a student at South Grove Elementary School. My son and daughter will not be attending there. Would you allow your child to go outside for recess during 5 years of construction, dust taking place, it's 25 feet away from the nearest homes, but South Grove Elementary, I think the guy said it was closer, apparently. So I don't know. I could tell you that I would not allow my child to go to be there. Okay. So at this time, I'd like to ask the board to issue a negative finding statement. Thank you very much for your time and giving me the extra moments. Thank you.
Sean McCaffrey. Alan, you've been patient. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak tonight, Mr. Simons, Mr. Supervisor, Town Board. My name's Alan Kinnemer, 35 Ingle Street, Hicksville. I'm here tonight representing the Long Island Builders Institute, where I'd like to share a pre-written statement. I am testifying here tonight as a member of the Long Island Builders Institute, the largest residential development trade association in New York State. We are here tonight to support the new development proposal, which would create a new Syosset Park, a new mixed-use development in the center of Nassau County, and right next to both the LIE and the Long Island Railroad. This is the perfect location for a new mixed development. For too long, Long Island has segregated its development uses in various separate locations. While this was the development pattern in the 1960s and 70s, it's no longer the manner in which real economic development takes place in the 21st century. The opportunity to provide housing is a very important component of this project. We would urge that both rental and for sale options be included within the development. These options will attract various aspects of our population, both by age and economic standing, thus providing a home to all demographics. Syosset Park can be the cornerstone of the new Long Island and the new Oyster Bay, one which complements the single-family communities in the region. We strongly encourage the town of Oyster Bay to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Christopher Ulrich. And let's see, Sean. How are you? Good evening, Sean.
Good evening. My name is Sean McCaffrey. I am no longer a resident of the town of Oyster Bay, nor Syosset. However, my family and I were here for 35 years. In those 35 years, I cannot tell you how many people I know that have died from cancer. Many people are attributing it directly to the Zero Wire site. My experience, similar to Glenn's, was I was redistricted from Locust Grove to South Grove. I then spoke to my neighbor, who has since passed, and he was the principal of the school. I implored him not to send myself and my sisters to that school. Why? Well, I was 10 years old. I knew of the ground bubbling there from people riding the dirt bikes back there. I knew of the things that were being done, the rumors I had heard of both Gorman and Zero Wire driving that property and kicking barrels of God knows what off the back of trucks. I knew of there being a dump there for many decades. I've heard it's as deep as 90 feet. I give my best hopes to Robin's husband. When you look just at my house, I grew up on Barber Drive, which is a development across the street from St. Edward's Church. My sister, at the age of 31, 6 weeks after being married, was diagnosed with ovarian cancer. They opened her up to close her up. She had terminal stage 4. She was dead less than a year later. The family next to me, 4 daughters. I have 4 sisters, 3 now. The mother who survives has 1 daughter left. The 3 others are gone. She may be in a room. They left behind no less than 10 children. They live next door to me. The people, my backyard neighbor, the wife, ovarian cancer, the husband, prostate. Skip 1 house, cancer. Go across the street over 2 houses, bladder cancer. Go the other side of the family that lost all their daughters, cancer. Up the block across the street a little bit, cancer. I met a woman I hadn't seen in years that lives on my street. She was still on the street then. I hope this is not news to her. If it is, I hope she takes heed. There was another gentleman who spoke who is a business person here, a numbers person. I am not a numbers person, but I did a quick count on the number of people affected by cancer. I came up with a total of 316 various cancer things solely based upon my knowledge and not through maybe 3 Facebook sites due to duplication of names. There was no way 1,000 people total, 316. The most common ones, breast cancer, 65. I was told by a woman who had taught in this school, when my whole family graduated, that the majority of the female teachers at Robbins Lane had perished mostly due to breast cancer. Unknown cancers were 75. In 1975, when I arrived, 77, sorry, at South Grove School, one of the other students had lupus. He was 10. I don't know. It spread out. That is the epicenter. That is where most of the cancers are happening. Colony Lane, Chestnut, all those streets in and around that school are where this is centered. It's migrating elsewhere. I don't know. What I do know is there are many underground streams. I do know it was not remediated. The 100 million or whatever that very large number of dirt removed, no one I know that lives near there or who was here at that time recalls seeing that many trucks. That's a lot of trucks. If you don't notice it, I'm going to say it didn't happen. Other people have spoken about these barrels of glowing liquid and things like that. They've told me privately, some are here now. When you kick a barrel off, the metal barrels, 55 gallons approximately A-high, will take 35 to 50 years to break down. That's now. This may very well dwarf Love Canal. If anyone saw the movie with Erin Brockovich, that is that story. Hooker Chemicals, who are a major player in that, dumped here. As far as trusting the EPA, I'm a retired New York City police officer. My friends are dying from what happened there. They're going to continue to die. Some of them may have been changed at the DNA level, people say. Yet Christy Whitman, the head of the DEA, let's trust them now because the air was okay at ground zero. But you could see the air. You can see the air. It's probably not okay. It definitely was not fog. Anyone that thinks nothing is going to be there is fooling themselves. What do I think should be built there? That's not for me to say. I'm no longer a resident. If anyone wants to ask me my thoughts on it, great. What I do know is I don't want anyone else to die. I know too many people I went to high school with, people I grew up with, many of their parents. Where's the commonality? Well, one of the attorneys for the developer suggested it's genetic. I'm second generation Irish, all those girls, second generation Italian. You don't share too much common DNA. The German immigrant who had bladder cancer, I don't think we have any of the same DNA. The other gentleman who lived very close to the woman that's here from Barbara Drive, he was Korean. I don't know if he was first generation or an immigrant. I don't think I have too much common genetically with him. So that goes out the door. Their attorney told me when I brought it to his attention, he was insulted that I brought my sister into this. But you know what? He's alive. He can be insulted. My sister's dead. My neighbor's kids are dead. He said he lost his sister, which is why he is offended. I can't describe what he was doing, but anyone's insulted that someone brings into a major health concern the passing of their sibling, I'd say there's something wrong with you, but we're going to leave that alone. There are some very unique type cancers. I call them exotic cancers because I really don't know, but brain cancer, I've counted 19. Lung cancer, 17. None of them smoke. Pancreatic, 23. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Henry Moe. Come on down. Christopher? Yes. Thank you.
Mr. Simon, Supervisor, Town Board, I want to thank you for holding the forum, giving those of us who live in Syosset an opportunity to address the Syosset Park proposal. My name is Christopher Ulrich, and I am against Syosset Park as proposed. As many know, I'm a candidate for the school board, and I'm focusing my time on how this is going to impact the school district, in my opinion, but I am not a member of the board, and I'm here purely in the capacity of representing my family. As proposed, the project would create 325 new homes in Syosset. The developer projected 243 students, and the district study mentioned previously projected 355. My major concern is the impact on the district and the students, both on enrollment and the environmental impact of a construction site next to the school. The reality is no one knows how many students are going to enter the district when these homes go up for sale. It could be hundreds and hundreds more than projected. But rather than looking at the makeup of our community, which includes families who've lived here for 50 years and the children have moved on, I did something different. I took a minute, I picked up the phone and made a call. I called people who do real estate in Syosset. I spoke with builders and realtors, and I asked questions. What I learned is that 90% or more of the homes sold in Syosset are families. They're not singles, they're not retirees, they're families. So if we do the math that 90% of them are families, the projections are not where they need to be. Now, people want to move into Syosset. We have a great district, we have a great school system, and I don't fault anybody for wanting to move here. But with this housing, and it being high-density housing, it doesn't carry the same taxes to support the schools. The builder's projections state $4.7 million in taxes. Well, that's only $7,500 per home, where the rest of us are paying $15,000, $20,000 and more. The bigger threat to the district is that 80-90% of these homes could come in with children. And at the low end, if just 75% came in with 2 kids, that's 938 additional children. So I asked, where are we supposed to put them? That's about 75 children per grade, and typically the families moving in are moving in with younger families, so the numbers skew lower towards the elementary. South Grove, Robin Lane are near capacity. So are we going to have to redistrict? Are we going to pull kids out of schools, separate them from friends, and move them around town? Are we going to build new structures? And if we need to, how is there time to do this between finding land, getting state approvals, and actually doing construction? The revenue for the project, the school budget taxes, $12 million a year, doesn't account for pilot programs, doesn't account for other tax abatements that the builder may receive on this project. And my understanding is that if they receive a pilot, it's a fixed annual payment for a number of years. So as our taxes go up, that remains constant. The burden shifts to us. And this influx of students could overwhelm teachers, the existing students, and the resources. So ultimately, who's going to shoulder the bill? It's all of us. Along with this, the environmental impact of construction in the community could be significant. Now, I'm not an expert, I don't claim to be, but the students at South Grove and residents nearby are going to be living in a construction project for 5 or 6 years. How do we expect first, second, and third graders to be productive in a classroom when there is a city being built 50 yards away? I can tell you, for one, when I was a student at law school at St. John's, the day I started, they decided to build a library. We wore industrial earplugs for 3 years, the same things that people use on the tarmac at the airports. We had to do that because they were building one building and we couldn't concentrate. So what are we going to expect from a 6-year-old? Once the excavation begins, we then have the concern of what we're digging up and is that going to reach the children? No matter what efforts they put in, and we need to know how it's going to be done. Did this go out? Did the mic go off?
I stopped the clock.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Finally, okay, this one's out too. Okay. All right, finally, will we have an independent organization separate from local government that monitors? Still can't hear? Organization monitoring this project to ensure the safety of the nearby residents with public reporting of their findings. Clearly, something is going to be built at this location. The developer has indicated alternate uses. Perhaps we should examine them. So ultimately, my questions are, what are we going to do to protect the safety and well-being of residents near the project, whatever form that project takes? And is that information going to be publicly disclosed? If something does need to be built on a residential platform, can it be built at a smaller scale and perhaps a 55 and older community? 55 years and older. Some people still have children, but not as many. Much less severe impact on the district and all of our families. And finally, if the numbers do go where I fear and we have to expand the district, hire teachers, and expend millions of dollars to accommodate these students, where are these funds coming from? Hopefully not from them. Thank you.
Daffy Wang is next. And Henry Moe, you're welcome. Welcome.
Mr. Simon, Mr. Supervisor, and Town Board, good evening, and thanks for the opportunity. My name is Henry Moe. I'm a Syosset resident since 2009. I have 3 kids. The other one just graduated from Syosset High School and went to college. The younger 2, the other 2, they are in South School Elementary School. Yes, South Elementary School. The elementary school just adjacent to the Syosset City. I am against the Syosset City and Syosset Park project. I have 2 major concerns. And first, let me just quote some of the sentences from the letter from Syosset Central School District, which was circulated on April 26. So that's the original sentence. So we are evaluating the advocacy of developers' proposed plans to mitigate dust, noise, and traffic during construction, as well as any protection plans in the event that contaminants are disturbed, and the impact that these actions may have on the school district. We would want assurance that the project would not expose students, staff, and residents to environmental hazards. So we all know that how harmful regular construction dust is, let alone construction dust from a toxic landfill property, and for a minimum of 5 years. So as a parent and resident, my question is simple. Can the town or the developer assure the district that they will mitigate the construction dust, noise that will impact students and teachers and residents in South Grove and Robin Ray Elementary School? If yes, how? And give us the detailed plan. The second point I want to address is the impact of traffic impact is another big issue, which unfortunately was not studied seriously. There's no comparison or cross-reference with similar development on Long Island to show the current laws and infrastructure can support a huge increase of traffic with the high-end theater and dining retail in the proposal, both of which would attract a lot of traffic. In addition, the proposal did not cover impacts on parking on the commuter parking, traffic to and from the station, and the rider load on the Long Island Railroad. I commute to the city every day, and I know that you can't find a parking place after 7:15 a.m. Where are the occupants of the new 625 Syosset Park residence? So, where are the occupants of the new 625 Syosset Park residence? Plus, 2,000 employees going to find parking for their commute into New York City. I understand that the developer just mentioned they are going to launch shuttle to Hicksville train station. So, do you have a detailed plan? How often are you going to have it running between Syosset and Hicksville? Who pays for it? How many stops are you planning to have in between? How long do you anticipate the trip will be? How much traffic are we adding on LIE or Jericho Turnpike? How long do you plan have this shuttle? 2 years, 5 years? It is easy and look good on paper, but where's the plan? We need the actual plan, not just an empty promise. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry.
Hi, good evening. My name is
Jackie, could you wait just one minute? I just want to inquire of the court reporter who's been going for quite some time. Pardon me? All right, let's do two more. Let's do two more, and we'll take a 10-minute break to give the court reporter hands a rest here. Ralph Canapano, you want to come down? We'll take Daffy and Ralph, and then we'll take a 10-minute break.
Good evening. My name is Danfei Huang. I'm currently living 96 Candy Lane, Syosset, which is just less than 1 mile away from Syosset Park project site. I have a 6-year-old daughter attending to South Grove Elementary School. I am against this project development plan because I have a great environmental concern regarding to this project. From what I know, when the Syosset landfill was capped in 90s, South Grove Elementary School was closed for an extended period of time. And it is in order to protect the students and the teachers from the pollution. Now, with Syosset Park, this is such an ambitious project, there is a possibility that South Grove School will be closed again. So, as a parent of young children, I cannot even imagine the disruption this would be caused. Where are you going to send South Grove students? 400 students. If the school will not be closed, I also cannot imagine sending my daughter to a school literally right next to a construction site. Is she going to spend her most formative year in an environment that is full of noise and potential pollution? There is so much unknown long-term health effect that could have on the student and the teachers. There's no guarantee you can give me to make me feel safe to send my daughter to South Grove School while construction is going on. In addition to the environmental concern, how are you going to accommodate the South Grove 400 students? Property taxes are already awfully high. What will be the tax implication that Syosset residents? Will this project bring 100 new school-age children to already crowded Syosset schools? These are my concerns, and I'm certain that many parents with children attending to South Grove Elementary School share the same concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Is Ralph Canapano here? Ralph, come on up here. Come on down. And then we're going to take a 10-minute break after we hear from Ralph.
My name is Ralph Catapano. I have lived in Syosset since the 1950s. I am a former Marine and very active in the community with my charity work to the Knights of Columbus at St. Edward's Church. I am very passionate about my hometown and the children that lived here. I asked the younger parents at Robbins Lane, they asked me, what is Syosset landfill? I tell them from 1933 to 1975, this was an unregulated dump. What does this mean? In layman's terms, this was before an EPA, a DEC, or any other federal or state agency existed charged with preserving the environment. There were little and no regulations in effect. Quite frankly, hundreds of thousands of tons of raw sewage, toxic chemicals, ash, you name it, was sent here. In the 1930s, 40s, 50s, this immediate area was home to many small and nationally known defense contractors. Unfortunately, some of the results of war research and development is toxic waste. Make no mistake, there is very strong speculation in the community that whatever lies beneath the ground at Bethpage lies under Syosset landfill. I played Marine and hide and seek at this site as a little boy. As an older boy, I drove mini bikes and dirt bikes there. I distinctly remember seeing 55-gallon drums leaking green chemicals there. Mr. Davis from Simon Properties is always insistent upon the fact that this site has been remediated. What Mr. Davis clearly and conveniently forgets to mention is that these toxic chemicals had 40, 50, 60 years to go into the ground and water supply. Who is he kidding? Let's move on. I had planned to speak about school enrollment, but I think I can't top what Glenn had to say. This is going to be a disaster. My records show at the budget that we're going to be voting on in a few weeks, it is approximately $37,000 per student. So with 250 students, which is the low end of Syosset Park's estimate, you're talking over $9 million. Syosset School District at $37,000 per student, it comes to almost $13 million. So from the very first year, this is a losing proposition for the Syosset Woodbury taxpayer and voter. Let's move on to everyone's favorite topic, taxes. Mr. Davis states the project has been filed has not filed yet with IDAs and pilots, but probably will. Don't let him fool you. He has probably measured it down to the absolute penny. IDAs, Industrial Development Agency bonds, exist to save companies millions of dollars. Mortgage recording tax. When the taxpayer and voter refinances a mortgage or sets up a trust, they pay thousands of dollars to Nassau County Developers will pay nothing. When developers do not pay their fair share of taxes, this burden is shifted to the already overburdened taxpayer and voter. There are also substantial federal tax savings for developing Superfund sites. This is no coincidence, people. Taxpayers and voters are tired of subsidizing millionaires and billion-dollar companies. This is just the same as corporate welfare. Just compare the IDAs that were given to the owners of Green Acres Mall in Valley Stream. The owners saved millions of dollars while the honest, hard-working, law-abiding taxpayer and voter paid thousands more in school taxes. This cannot happen here because school taxes will explode. My conclusion, this project is a disaster for the Syosset Woodbury taxpayer and voter. Whether your concerns are environmental, school enrollment, taxes, traffic, or quality of life, the only positive I see is the developers making hundreds of millions of dollars profit at our expense. Quite frankly, they make all the money and we pay all the bills. For the sake of our beloved Syosset, this project must be stopped. I would personally like to thank Dr. Rogers, the school board, and the Syosset School District for their concerns and support for our children.
Ralph, wrap it up.
One last sentence. Finally, I would like to thank Mr. James Stefanich for writing his concerns about the traffic issues. He knows it's a disaster waiting to happen. Thank you, Judge.
I don't want to go through his papers. I know. From,
What is this?
Oh, those are new comments. Sorry. All right, so that's, the thing is with, the school district, this is filled out by the school district. Yes. Oh, thank you so much. All right. And, so after the school district, there are two, but they're going up together. So they were wondering if they could have a little bit more time, just because it's two of them. So I was like,
Supervisor's very active. Stop people booing and cheering. You can't do that. He's not happy. Nor am I happy with you. And I told him so. I'm not going to get you scared.
you're happy?
I'm just saying, I'm not going to take it. He knows it. I'm just, he and I are on different wavelengths. Michael Cohen and Tracy Frank. That way might be simpler. Might be. We have a lot of speakers. Okay, your name is? Jim. Let's see if I can find it, Jim. Gotcha. Thank you. We should get started. I want to start. He went back to Albany. Yeah, no, it's good. He's here. We'll get him on. Ladies and gentlemen, can we start to make our way back into the room? Oh, I don't know how many. I don't know. About 45. That's a long night. Leslie Levy and Laura Schultz, you're on deck. Let me have everybody's attention just for a moment. We have many speakers to go, and we're going to stay here as long as the school is open. But there comes a time that it's not going to be open, but we're going to try to accommodate everybody that we can tonight. So I would ask and remind everybody to adhere, if you can, to that 5-minute rule, so we can hear most of you, if not all of you, tonight. So, Leslie Levy? Here. Who's Laura Schultz? And Leslie.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Supervisor, Town Board, and Syosset residents. It's great to see such a big turnout tonight. I am Laura Schultz. I am president of Residents for a More Beautiful Syosset. I live on 22 Barbara Drive for 40 years. Residents for a More Beautiful Syosset requests an independent evaluation of the environmental impacts and potential risks of the mixed-use development proposed for the land next to the South Grove Elementary School. Zero Wire, the Syosset landfill, and the town DPW site have been an environmental toxic stew for decades. We are very concerned with the project's impact on the students and the staff at South Grove Elementary School, as well as on the thousands of Syosset residents who live within a 5-mile radius of the site. The entire Syosset community stands to be severely impacted by the environmental and quality of life issues posed by the construction of this project. That is why Residents for a More Beautiful Syosset requests an independent evaluation of the environmental impacts of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Shah and Leslie Levy.
Residents for a More Beautiful Syosset. I'm the vice president. My name is Leslie Levy. I live at 8 Spruce Lane, Syosset, and I've lived in Syosset since the landfill hit the newspapers back in the 80s. Residents for a More Beautiful Syosset are pleased to note an expanded inclusion of train-related impacts in the DEIS as posted. We hope and trust that the town of Oyster Bay will give the document the full scrutiny it demands. Be inquisitive and diligent. The people of your town are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Legislator Arnie Drucker, you're up next. Chantel?
Shuttle.
Good evening.
My name is Dr. Shuttle Shah. I'm a pediatrician in the community, and I'm vice president of the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Long Island chapter, which represents 1,400 pediatricians across Nassau and Suffolk County. I just want to express concerns on the air quality. I know people have also talked about air quality, but I just wanted to be a little bit more granular. If you look at the actual environmental impact report on page 606, they specifically say that the particulate matter 2.5 level is expected to be 23 micrograms per meter cubed. And then they quote the NASQ, the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, as saying that it'll be below that because it's 30 micrograms, per meter cubed. I would just like to point out that if you actually contact the Environmental Protection Agency and the National Air Quality Standards and actually look at their revised recommendations, they report that they do not feel that it's safe for the health of children, who we know are more susceptible to air quality and air quality related diseases, if the level goes above 12. So we're talking about potentially almost double the amount of impact. Now, I know people here are talking about the business aspects of that, and I'm not an expert in that, but I'm an expert in the patients that I see, many of whom are children in this community. Asthma is the #1 chronic disease in our children. That is the biggest problem that children in Syosset have. That's the #1 reason we send children to emergency rooms. That's the #1 reason children on Long Island are hospitalized. So, creating a business development, the construction of which will raise the air quality, will lower the air quality standards by raising the particulate matter level, will do so on the backs of adversely affecting our children's health. And that, for me, as a pediatrician, is concerning because I speak for them. I'd also like to point out that when one looks again at the report from the environmental impact statement, I'll actually give you the page number, I'm sorry. It is on page 394. They state that in their baseline survey data that the level of ozone was already 72 parts per billion. That number already exceeds what the American Academy of Pediatrics feels is a safe level for ozone. The American Academy of Pediatrics several years ago lowered that level to 60 parts per billion, specifically because we know when the level is above that, asthma exacerbations get worse. So I just don't see or foresee I don't foresee an ability that with the extra cars and with the extra traffic and with the extra construction, that that number is somehow going to go down. Thank you.
Doctor, thank you. Legislator Arnie Drucker, who just came in from the north.
Thank you, Lenny. I was in the car for 6 hours from Albany with a ton of traffic. Anyway, hello everybody.
Arnie, before you start, would Dr. Michael Cohen and Tracy Frankel, who will be our next presenters, speakers? Legislator Drucker, go ahead.
Okay. As a little boy, I can vividly recall riding my bike with my friends to the Sarah Wire property. We loved all of the dirt hills and bumps. Neither we nor our parents knew that we were playing on one of the worst toxic waste sites in New York, other than the Grumman site. But years later, we all found out about Sarah Wire and the terrible things that they did on this site. The state of New York stepped in, and we were all told that the environmental hazards were remediated. And decades later, we've been taking them at their word that this site is safe for development. But we have learned that that may not be true. The attempted development of a mall was thwarted a few years ago because of the adverse environmental effect the mall would have on this community, and the voices of the residents were heard and listened to. Well, now we've been presented with another development project called Syosset Park. And once again, the voices of the residents of this community need to be heard. And the project dissected and examined from top to bottom to make sure that this project is so environmentally sound that there is not one scintilla of evidence that even the remotest possibility of contamination exists anywhere on this site, and especially the capped portion. The developer of Syosset Park has an obligation to the residents, if they want our support, to not just meet minimum government-imposed standards regarding safeguarding the environmental hazards. They must go way above and beyond any minimum standards so that every single resident can go to sleep at night certain that their children and grandchildren are not playing, living, or working on a site that is less than 100% free of any, not just hazards, but potential hazards. Because if this due diligence is not performed to the highest possible degree, then Syosset Park will be just another project where the developer, when all is said and done, packs up his gear, collects his money, and rides off into the sunset, while the residents are left with the uncertainty and fear of what the future holds in terms of their health and the health of their children and grandchildren for generations to come. To live with that fear and uncertainty every day is unacceptable and unforgivable. As a resident of this community and the elected legislative representative for this community, I will endeavor to do all that I can to protect our community. All we want is answers, ladies and gentlemen. We just need to be able to respond and look our constituents and our residents in the eyes and tell them what is in store here, what is going to take place, will this be environmentally safe, what impact will it have on our school districts, what impact will it have on our taxes, will the Jericho Water District be able to pump the water here? These are all questions that we need to have answers to. And I, as the elected official, not just now speaking as an elected official, not as a resident, I need to be able to understand it, explain it to my constituents. So I'm hoping that we can get those answers in the near future. Thank you very much for your time.
Richard Murdaco, Dr. Cohen and Tracy, I think there's two of you, am I correct?
Correct.
So are you doing it separately or together?
one after the other. We're speaking on behalf of the Syosset School Board.
Okay, all right.
As
We'll-
president and vice president, so.
In that regard, we'll give you a little extra time to get.
We may not need extra time, but I think it's important that, I think
Okay.
Tracy's got a card in there somewhere.
I got you. Okay.
It wouldn't make sense to have her go much later.
Okay.
So
Go ahead.
We thank you. Town supervisor, town board members, residents, parents, students, and invited guests. Ms. Frankel and I have been granted authority by our fellow trustees to speak at this hearing. We fully understand that there are those present who are vehemently opposed to this project, just as there are those who are strongly in favor. The board respects the viewpoints of all, and we have prided ourselves throughout this process and many other difficult situations we've dealt with over the past years of listening to everybody. And in a similar vein, we understand and fully respect the fact that there either are those present or were present whose livelihoods are dependent on such projects. Our goal in addressing this hearing is not to cast judgment on any sort on the varied and likely opposing views expressed tonight, nor are we here to render or offer a decision on our review of those issues which we feel are important. The board has an obligation to follow our self-determined process. In no manner should the pace of such or silence be misconstrued to represent indifference on our parts. We will adhere to this process and our methods until such time as we are confident beyond the shadow of a doubt that we have heard from our expert consultants, reviewed and questioned their findings, discussed all of this content as a group, and have had each and every one of our concerns addressed and questions thoroughly responded to. And it will be at this point in a future point in time, fully recognizing that we are dealing with obligate deadlines, that the board, under the guidance of our superintendent, Dr. Thomas Rogers, along with our legal representatives, will issue an extensive and assuredly thorough report which will express our views regarding a number of concerns relating to this project. Let me be clear. Although we await new and repeat input from our expert consultants, and we will insist on further environmental review, the trustees of the Syosset School Board of Education have serious concerns about the impact of this project on a number of important areas that will impact our school district, its residents, and most important, the students and faculty who attend our schools. Until such time as we have all of the necessary information, we will not delve into detail as to where the board stands on a particular issue. Again, this is not reflective of indifference. Rather, we ask that all interested parties please respect our intent to follow process and to be as thorough as possible. It would be irresponsible of this board and unfair to those on either side of this issue to have the board prematurely express any conclusions. Ms. Frankel will briefly review the highlights of our letter to the community, which focuses on our most important concerns. In summation, the board has very serious concerns about environmental issues, impact on student enrollment and our physical plant, and critical to the Board of Education and Administration as educators, our ability to continue to deliver the high-quality education that all of us have come to expect for our children, given the anticipated rise in enrollment. Additionally, student and neighborhood safety during construction, impacts on traffic, and last but certainly not least, the financial impact to both the school district and the residents of our community. The board and administration expects to have each of these matters addressed and have us be provided with very well-defined plans, no skimping, that fully satisfy each and every one of our concerns. Our highest priority is the health and safety of our students and residents, followed by the financial well-being of our school system. On behalf of the trustees of the Syosset Board of Education, we thank you for your willingness to listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone.
On behalf of the Syosset Board of Education, we wanted to acknowledge that as an interested party, we, through our consultants and representatives, are methodically working through the developer's lengthy DEIS report in order to prepare formal comments for the town's review. However, at this meeting, I'd like to share with you our preliminary concerns regarding the impact of the proposed Syosset Park development on our district. The development, with 625 residential units ranging from 1 to 3 bedrooms, will have an enrollment impact on the district, and our preliminary projections are that there will be an increase of 355 students to the district. This projection is significantly higher than the developer's projection of 243 students. As the district works toward more formal comments, we would like the town to keep this stark difference in enrollment projections in mind. The development will impact the district's costs and revenues. For example, the district does not have sufficient space at the elementary level to educate these additional students. Therefore, the district would have to contemplate expansion to accommodate the increased enrollment. In turn, we would anticipate increased operating costs to serve the additional students. Additionally, it is unclear how much new revenue would actually flow to the district because of the state's property tax cap and because of the pilot abatement process of which the developers may take advantage. The Board of Education is very much concerned about the impact construction activities will have on the neighboring South Grove Elementary School, as well as the nearby Robbins Lane Elementary School. We, with the assistance of our consultants and representatives, are currently evaluating the developer's proposed plan to mitigate dust, noise, and traffic during construction, as well as their plans to respond to any potential contaminants that are disturbed. We will also be reviewing the traffic study provided by the developer. Given the scale of the Syosset Park project, as well as the history of the land being developed, the Board of Education and the administration would like assurances that the plan would not expose our students, staff, and residents to environmental hazards. While it is not within our expertise to do so, it is important that an independent evaluation of the site and potential risks be performed and presented to the community. While the Board of Education has no formal approval role in connection with the proposed project, we recognize how important it is that we undertake an evaluation of the project so that we can convey to you the impact this proposed development will have on our district. We are board trustees, but we are also residents, taxpayers, and parents. As leaders of this community, we share in their concerns, and we look forward to presenting you with more formal comments that will be made with the best interests of the school district in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. D. Sarash is, come on down. Rich, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is Richard Murdaco, and I'm here to discuss the draft environmental impact statement for Syosset Park. For those of you who do not know me, I'm an award-winning real estate columnist who writes The Foggiest Idea, and whose work has been featured in multiple publications. My latest op-ed on development was published yesterday in Newsday, and echoes many of the themes I'm here to speak about tonight. To the concerned residents, policymakers, and elected officials and other citizens here tonight, I say this. We cannot fear all development, but strive to understand its implications and impacts. It is the job of our local government and the applicants to convey their vision. In this instance, the builder has been arguably transparent in their outreach regarding Syosset Park. That being said, we can do better. While the DEIS for Syosset Park is comprehensive, there are outstanding conceptual and environmental issues with the plan that have gone unaddressed since the project's first initial scoping was conducted in June of 2016. Principally, the document fails to mention how Syosset Park's market projections will weather changing dynamics of the regional real estate market due to other large mixed-use real estate projects in the developmental pipeline. These include those that are either being currently built or proposed. Other efforts the DEIS should account for include the revitalization of downtown Hicksville, the replacement of the former Sears department store with mixed use, and larger developments further east, like Heartland Town Square in Islip, the revitalization of Huntington Station, and the Ronkonkoma Hub in the town of Brookhaven. Like these other projects, Syosset Park is proposing large footprints for retail, office, and hospitality usage, potentially oversaturating the regional market. Further, at the conclusion of each 5 to 6 year build-out phase of Syosset Park, the town should work with all stakeholders to conduct a market study to reassess not only community needs, but those of the region as well. This would allow for the proposal to be dynamic and be properly amended to better fit with Long Island's regional needs of the future. The question is, are the applicants and municipality planning on addressing these issues before the appropriate approvals are given? If yes, the FEIS must reflect those plans accordingly. As part of the research process for its award-winning body of analytical and reported work on land use, the Foggiest Idea regularly reviews DEIS and FEIS documentation for the various developmental projects across the region. While in the past, the Foggiest Idea has generally supported the developer's proposal and concept, there are still these significant concerns that have gone unaddressed. The opportunity to develop at this scale in Nassau County is rare, and the environmental review should be worthy of the project's potential.
Thank you. Thank you, Rich. Thank you very much. Lisa Adragna. Dee, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Dee Lakani Shrava. I moved to Syosset 2 years ago. I have 3 concerns that I hope can be addressed. First one, I worked in a building downtown just only 10 months post 9/11 when the EPA deemed it was safe. And 14 years later, 2 years ago, I was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. I also found out that several others who worked in the same building as me were diagnosed with the same at the same time. No one in this room can make me, or nobody in the universe can make me believe that cancer is not caused by toxic chemicals and pollution. Here's another story that you can find in the news. Teresa Palermo, a retired teacher from Frank P. Long Intermediate School in Bellport, Long Island, has 21 former colleagues who have cancer. 13 of them died already. Students have been complained about rashes, stomach aches, and headaches. Palermo believes toxins from the Brookhaven landfill, a hill of trash nearby, not under, are to blame for the cancer and other illnesses. And yet, after all of this, the New York State Department of Health insisted that environmental testing data does not indicate that they need to close this school. Once again, no one can convince me that cancer is not caused by toxic chemicals and pollution. My friend's mother, who lives in the Groves, has thyroid cancer. I walked in this meeting today and met somebody else who lives on Colony Lane with thyroid cancer. Some people overheard our conversation and told me they know 3 people that have thyroid cancer in the same area. I understand that there's a lot of data out there. I kept hearing the word data. However, what about common sense? Right? What about common sense? So my question to you is, how can you guarantee that our children of South Grove and Robbins Lane and the people of the Syosset Park residents won't end up with cancer 15 years from now? And if anyone in this room has any doubt that that's possible, why are we allowing the benefit of more tax revenue to outweigh our children's safety? And yes, the land may have been capped, but I don't really even know what that means. And let's say that capping is not a guarantee. What about the pollution that my daughter has to inhale, my 5-year-old daughter in kindergarten has to inhale every single year for the next 5 years? Number 2, overcrowding. I live on Jackson Avenue between Jericho Turnpike and the train station. This morning, it took me over a minute, that's 60 seconds of standing still in my driveway, in my car, to get out to Jackson Avenue, to take a left onto Jackson Avenue. That's a long time. Can you imagine us sitting here quietly for 60 seconds? Especially when you need to catch a train to go to the city. Then I made a left on Jackson to drop my husband off at the train station. By the way, the parking lot was filled at capacity. And there were a line of cars behind me, starting at Jericho Turnpike, all the way to St. Edward's Church. Stand still, I may add. Stand still. When I arrived at the train station on the Manhattan drop-off side, for those of you who don't commute, it's the Dunkin' Donuts side, I dropped my husband to the 9:07 train. By the way, that's when most people are already in the office. It took me until 9:15 to get to the New York Sports Club parking lot. That's 8 minutes to travel 1 mile. A family member of mine lives in Hidden Ridge, which is 3 miles away from my house, and it takes me 12 minutes, a minimum of 12 minutes to get there on any given afternoon. Syosset is already crowded. How are we going to be able to handle more is my question. What infrastructure, what roads are going to be built to deal with this? I was very confused when I saw a slide before that said that the addition of 2,000 cars in the AM will not affect our traffic. I don't know about you. I mean, I was a finance major, but something seemed wrong to me. And the diagram with the cars, I mean, I love the way the cars were moving. It was like super cute, but that's not what it looks like. I mean, we can all go stand there tomorrow morning. That's not what our town looks like.
Dee, could you
Yes,
wrap it up a little
yes,
bit
I'm
now?
almost done.
Thanks.
Lastly, my taxes are astronomical, just as I'm sure many people in this room dealing with the same situation. And now I'm being told that we need possibly 7 more classrooms in each school, or maybe even a new school. And the good news is that I heard that the developers may have to foot some of the bill, but who's going to foot the rest? Is it true that there's affordable housing and they may have a cap on their taxes? If that's the case, that's not going to sit well with us current residents.
Dee, we have lots of speakers behind you, so we want to hear from all of them tonight. You can.
I don't think this project is worth the risk. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah Pan or Hannah Payne, and Lisa Dragon.
Hi, I live at 277 Southwood Circle, which is about a block away from Colony, right by the site. I have 2 little boys that go to South Grove, and dropping them off each day, knowing that they're close to this site, is very difficult. I put a smile on my face, I send them out of the car, and I say, have a great day, and I leave and I worry. I do think that the site should be tested. I don't really know much about testing, but I think it should be tested. I think that everybody in this room deserves to know exactly what's sitting on that site. Our little babies that trust us are trusting us every day that we're sending them to a safe environment. I do know that there are radium detectors in that school for a reason. None of us know what the readings are. We should know that. We should feel comfortable sending our children to school every day. And when we pick them up, we should have not a fake smile on, no worry in our eyes. We should feel happy. Now we have extra worries. Now we're concerned every single day what's going to happen when those kids go out to recess, when we have field day, when the phys ed teacher wants to take them out to play because it's a beautiful day like today. A bunch of us here that I'm friends with, we serve lunch in that school. We're volunteers also. We looked outside the window today and they're running and they're laughing, and I'm not trying to paint a glorious picture here. This is reality. The kids are happy. They don't know any better. But what happens when all this starts and they can't go outside anymore? Or we pick them up from school and want to run into our houses because we're afraid of what we're breathing in. And that's not living. Everybody works. Everybody has a tough day. We come home. This is our quiet neighborhood. Our streets are beautiful. Our houses are expensive and we pay a lot for them. We should be able to go home and be peaceful and not worry and not run from the air. This is a serious concern. Thank you. I did email all of you last night. I know it was lengthy. If any of you did read it, a few emailed me back, and I do appreciate that. I'm not going to repeat what everybody else already said because I agree with everyone who wants to vote no to this. But I do want you to understand, I wanted to bring my kids with me. I wanted you people to see the little boys that don't want to leave South Grove, that don't want me to sell my house and move to another town, because that's what I feel like doing. Okay? Those two boys of mine and all of my friends here, their children, they actually really love this school district and they love South Grove and they don't want to be redistricted and they don't want to start in a new school and they don't want to have to make new friends. They just want to trust that everything's going to stay the same. And we want to trust that our environment, our streets, our schools are the same and that they're safe and that they're healthy. And that's it. So please vote no.
Thank you, Lisa. Zinku Sang Zhang. You'll help me with that name when you get up here. Thank you. Hannah Parr, how are you?
Hey, pretty good. So, can I start?
Go ahead.
Right, because I didn't hear the BP song, so I threw it away. Great, thank you. So, hi, my first name is Han H-A-N-G, last name Pan P-A-N from Wahamliko, Syosset, New York. So, whatever I'm talking right now today is my personal opinion, nothing related to my job whatsoever. So, first portion I'm talking about is kids. I have 3 kids. My friend had 3 kids too. So, we're actually moving together at the same time from the same place and from Queens. So, ideally, way to approach is we have 3 locations I like the most. One is school, one is train, third one is my libraries. So when I hear about a word called 625 communities, homes, and units, be conservative, maybe 1,000 kids. So right now, to be honest, I couldn't find the parkings when I go to libraries once in a while. So if I have another 1,000 kids on the top of it, then I probably can park my car in a South Oyster Bay Road, both sides. Maybe lucky enough I park in somewhere near the turnpike. So I'm walking backwards with my kids. One kid's running in front, one kid's running back, I held my other kids. It's pretty ugly. Right? So second thing, we talk about commute. I taking 649 train, like a lot of people, or 701, or my friend taking 720. I couldn't find the parking, to be honest with you. No way find the parkings. Right? So I had parking near my house or his house, and I walk over to the train station, so I don't need to miss the train all the time. So third thing is the school. With 1,000 kids, nearer we're talking about maybe another 3 schools, because I know various schools have 400 kids, so price minus, we're talking about 3 schools. That means I turn around to everybody here, hey, we're going to pay another tax on top of it, because I'm pretty sure builders not going to pay for our school anyway, so or percentage of school bills. So this costs our living because we pay tax already, and we are middle class. We're working hard. We go to school go to work every day, and I appreciate people working in PDAs. So therefore, I think my plan is I totally against this project, and then this package is too gigantic. 625. That means whole cities, right? Second thing is sort of for my opinions. I work in facility for sanitations, line 11 first responders for dirt in ground zeros. I saw a lot of people passing recently because cancer, skin cancer mostly, and lung cancer. I visit First Kill with all the dumpsters located over. Same a lot of people passing away over there. They didn't even pass the pension fund with people crazy about city job, but they couldn't live over there. We're talking about very young, strong people who carry garbage every day. They die in 10, 15 years. So I turn around, see my friend's kids, and then maybe my kids, somebody potentially, all the kids that were going to the school. The kids had a very, very basic, very poor immune system in their bodies. If a strong man cannot handle the dusters and dirt or chemicals, just in line 11 alone, just asbestos only, we're not talking about chemicals underneath the ground. We're talking about 10, 15 years. Firefighter. A lot of family members here, public firefighters. I don't work in firefighter departments, but a lot of people doing the firefighters and the first responders take the same problem with sanitation workers. That's why I speak on behalf of myself only, nothing with my jobs. So, for kids, we want to come home with peace of mind, relaxing, go home, cook dinner, get ready. Kids go to, prepare for everything for the dinner and everything, so on and forth. I don't want to have second peace of mind to think about, hey, what kind of air they're smoking through? What's going on? When they're digging the dirt up, nobody can predict what's going on when it's smoking. Because air, you cannot control, hey, air only go to the south, never go to the north. I couldn't do it. Right? So, speak to the kids. We're all working hard because of kids. But at the same time, we try to do something to make our kids unsafe and smoking very briefly all the airs. For me, it's not reasonable, right? The tax is high, we pay more tax on top of it, and then I'm more congested, and then it's just very painful. And then for me, health is more important than anything else. I'm sorry if I call a lot of my friends. They go to 9/11 testings. They told me first thing, I hate to go to the testing. Second, I hate to hear my wife call me back for testing result because I couldn't go there to see what's going on. These two things they hate the most. They told me they're happy to go to work. They're happy to, I'm still alive, breathing the air, see watch the sky, to talk to you, hang out with you, and then have a small coffee with you. I'm happy. I try to save my mouth, but I talk too much. I appreciate everything, and I guess the project.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me call Karen Santoro is next. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. You can help me out with that.
Yeah, my name is Jingyu Zhang. Okay. So I'm the resident of 7 Lucille Drive, Syosset. So I moved from Queens with my fellow friend 2 years ago with 3 kids. My son is 10 years old, enrolled in 4th grade in South Grove. And my daughter's 5 will be coming out UPK. So I read through the 800 DEIS page. My hair turned from, literally from black to white. So, I'm a number guy too. So there's a few questions I definitely want to ask, I guess, a few comments, if I have, to the Town Oyster Board. So according to DEIS page number 2, the mall litigation court case was declined by the court appeal in June 2009. So one thing that still puzzles me to me that how come 9 years later, suddenly this project was 6-0 KO to go by the Town Oyster Bay councilman. So if all the evidence that if all the evidence that was so, I guess, so presentable or so valid by all the proof, I went to education in school, I went to everything you can think of, but 800 pages later, it couldn't persuade me to say yes to this project. So I don't know what assumption base is the board, Town Oyster Bay Board, based upon 9 years later, go ahead and say, hey, we are happy to bring this project into our arm, okay? So also, previously, the environmental consultant posting all those wonderful pictures that all the so-called Superfund site that was previously converted into park. But I guess most people want to know that out of 1,100 sites nationwide, so-called Superfund site, many of those Superfund sites also currently face a lot of law litigation through the process because there was 18,000 attorneys who got a job into environment hazard. You know why they want to join this industry? Because all those Superfund sites create jobs for them to make money. So that's the reason why when people told me EPA standard is the golden rule to go, well, 20 years later, that data you put in saying all the soil ground standing proof everything was cool, to me, you might want to ask all those people nationwide who's suffering from those Superfund site project that why their kid dying by cancer, why their kid go through radiation treatment, why that kid suffering through generation pain. So perhaps that if you put your children and grandchildren into this new call Syosset Park, I call it Syosset volcano because essentially it blew up compost and all the component all the chemical component into the air. Because to me, I don't even feel like Syosset Fire Department is equipped to the biomedical if anything happened to the site. What happened during the construction process if any fire broke out. Are you going to sit here guarantee, man, all the stuff underneath the ground will be safe to go? So lastly, that I found this interesting project. You probably heard the Brookfield Park by Staten Island. So previously, it's exactly similar to the Toxisfield in Syosset project. New York City was under dire stress, the financial stress. Guess what? They turned into 256 acres of Toxisfield into park, 100%. Okay? The number that you told me that this project would take 7 to 8 years complete, this particular project in Staten Island took them 17 years from the starting the shovel ground into the complete phases, okay? The cost of this project, 256 acres, it cost $262 million, almost $1 million per acre, okay? So you talk about 92 acre land, it probably require like 800,000 pounds to 1 million pounds of soil put on top of the barrier to make sure that we as a park visitor that we won't be intoxicated for all the toxin that below underground. And my question to the developers is that if you really think the benefit of Syosset people, we as a small village, we don't need to bring back to become a Mineola of Queens. Do we need to become another like Great Neck? No, I don't think so. That's the reason why I moved from Queens to here. Okay? I'm passionate about where I'm at. And guess what? New York City, since 2016, they're converting all their 6 Superfund sites into 100% park or golf courses, not commercial building, not retail building. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Robert Axelrod is next. Karen, you have the floor.
Thank you. Hello, Town of Oyster Bay Board and town officials and fellow residents. My name is Karen. I am an almost 11-year resident of Syosset. If you pull up the map of Syosset Park, I can show you my house. Okay? This part of my speech is for the residents because I know that some of them don't know this, especially the younger families. Back in 2013, just before the sale of the Sarah Wire site to Simon Properties from Taubman, the No Mall Here effort gained momentum again after 20 years of community opposition of Taubman's mall plan. Residents were to later learn that that No Mall Here effort was fueled by, and the mailings, rallies, lawn signs, car magnets, you get it, were paid for and promoted by Simon Properties. Residents felt like town heroes after the majority voted yes on August 20th, 2013, and approved of a shady land sale they knew absolutely nothing about. We voted yes because we thought we were blocking Taubman from building their mall on the contaminated land we were very afraid of. That Town of Oyster Bay DPW land sale was a corrupt deal made between disgraced former town supervisor John Vendito, Simon Properties, and Castagna Realty. The majority of residents were deceived by the whole charade, myself included. They duped us, and here we are today because of it, and people are upset. Okay? If you allow this project to move forward, it will destroy our quality of life, it will create a traffic nightmare in an already congested area, and it will most definitely destroy our school district. South Grove cannot house the influx of new students the proposal would generate. The DEIS states teacher parking lots would actually be relocated to Syosset Park to accommodate an extension. It's ridiculous. But most importantly, young children and the staff at South Grove Elementary School would be exposed to noise pollution for 5+ years during construction of the project. And God only knows what hazardous, toxic materials they would be breathing in every day inside the classrooms and outside during recess. You cannot expose them to either. Reflect on the health crisis facing 9/11 responders. It's now 17 years later, and the FDNY's chief medical officer has confirmed that over 2,100 active firefighters and EMS personnel have retired on disability with World Trade Center-related illnesses, mostly lung disease and cancer. That Sarah Wire and DPW land is not safe, and it should not be disturbed for monetary gain. We are talking about innocent children in our community who deserve a safe and quiet place to go to school. Human error can occur during remedial activities with the disposal of contaminated waste generated by construction. Please do not take the risk. Lastly, in closing, have you given any thought to the thousands of people who live on the streets described repeatedly in the DEIS? Colony Lane, Abbey Lane, all the streets adjacent to them? The town should have sent letters notifying those homeowners, those of whom, obviously by design, are mostly clueless about this project. Those residents should have been made aware of the Syosset Park proposal and the impacts it would have on them on a daily basis and their property values, and you failed to inform them. Begin to imagine the noise pollution for those homeowners, especially during construction. The DEIS states 30 to 50 construction truck trips per day. 2 seconds and I'm done. Think about the effects of construction dust, the potential for structural damages to homes, and most importantly, the potential for irreversible health effects from breathing in the air pollution from not one, but 2 contaminated sites. As I mentioned earlier, long-time exposure to polluted air can cause loss of lung capacity, asthma, bronchitis, emphysema, and cancer. There are 2 elementary schools surrounding that site. Do not have the blood of children on your hands.
Shelley Wang, come on down, and Bob Axelrod.
How you doing? Supervisor Saladino, Town Board, Lenny, you got to find out which child I tutored for you. I just got involved in this actually Saturday night. One of my neighbors walked over and started to talk to me about this particular meeting, and I had not gotten involved at all for all these years. And I started to look at the website last night, so I read a few things. Let me just say that, number one, I just feel that, the key stakeholders in this entire project are not people making money, not the board, not people from out of town. People who live within 5 miles of the radius of that particular site are really the stakeholders. They're the ones that are going to be impacted from anything environmental, traffic, which I will talk about in a moment. And, of course, I'm a taxpayer, and I'm a taxpayer whose children have gone through the school system over 20 to 25 years ago, so I'm paying the freight for a lot of the things that are going on, and I could choose to leave, but I've chosen to be here. I have a lot of skin in the game. I started off before I ever lived here, enticed to live here because I was an engineer working at Fairchild Camera, which is right by the site. I helped develop the first camera to map the moon, and I didn't realize across the street was the Sarah Wire. I didn't even know what that was about. So hopefully I'm okay. But the traffic situations all around here, and we were promised when they developed a lot of the industrial park that Jericho Turnpike, with all the traffic engineering studies, that everything was going to be fine, they expanded, and everything was going to be wonderful. I challenge anybody to go from Robbins Lane to the Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway in under 20 minutes. It's a nightmare. Anybody who lives around here knows about that. I was also a member of the Syosset Chamber of Commerce, and they fought for years to try to improve the town up there with the traffic, and that didn't seem to change anything. On Robbins Lane, there is no traffic enforcement. I'm not blaming anybody, but there is no traffic enforcement, and the speed limits are violated. I can't get out of my development. between 4 and 6 for all the cars that are going westbound on Long Island, the Jericho Turnpike onto Robbins Lane. So the traffic is a problem. So with all these impacts, I'm hoping that there's going to be some independent studies. I'm hoping that there's going to be a contract written if this thing does go through. I'm not suggesting it should go through. But there should be a contract whereby the developers have to put their money where their mouth is for anything that they project on a yearly basis, any shortfalls in revenue, any new construction for schools, any additional expenses, all the different infrastructure. If they project this is what it's going to cost, then they should be paying for it, and there should be a sinking fund which makes them responsible. And there should be a contract. I'm not suggesting that the environmental issues are put aside. Everyone has their opinion about that. All I'm suggesting is, and also key indicators about the traffic, the queuing. If they could project that the slowing down of being able to traverse Long Island Expressway, the service road, or Robbins Lane or Jericho Turnpike is such and such, there should be a penalty when it comes out to be that there isn't. So that's some of the things I've seen. I looked at the executive summary and some other things. I just didn't feel that there was anything there. As a person who's lived here for 37 years and lives, by the way, my address is Gramercy Drive in Jericho. I'm 2 blocks from Robbins Lane, about a mile from the site. I can't understand how one of the things that was stated in there was a benefit to me. There needs to be a steady current state analysis and a future state analysis and showing what the differences are. And I just want to know, does anyone see, in my particular situation, there is any benefit for me to have all that additional traffic, all that noise, all the problems that are going to be coming on from the urbanization, further urbanization of the area, which I don't think we need.
Good evening, gentlemen. Most of the gentlemen over there and ladies.
Shelley, could I just interrupt you 1 second?
Sure.
Okay. The next speaker would be Zhang Wei's son. Shelley, I'm sorry. Apologize.
No problem. My name is Shirley Huang, and I live on 312 Southwood Circle, which is only 2 minutes from Syosset Park, if it will be. I have 2 young kids. One is in 3rd grade, another one is an infant. And I really worry about their health. And in the past 2 weeks, I spent 10 nights, exactly 10 nights, after I put the kids to sleep and I start reading the DEIS. It's like more than 1,000 pages. I read every single pages. I'm very proud of myself that I have very strong educational background, so I'm able to understand most of the terms used in the draft. I have so many concerns, but I know today most of us over here have very long day already, so a lot of repeat issue I'm not going to point out. I'm here to speak about like 3 points. Number 1, and there's no evidence showing that enough work is done with the data, whatever data collected from for the impact of the Syosset public school system due to the huge increase of the populations with the Syosset Park. There's only a few, very short sentences stating how to handle these 243 plus students into the Syosset school to share the current educational resource. The statements on the executive summary 1.8.9.1, if you want to mark it down, educational and library facility. It says, the applicant will coordinate with the school district regarding enrollment and capacity on the school on a school-by-school basis. Does this mean students from Syosset Park can go to different schools other than their own school, which is most likely South Grove and Robbins Lane? If the school district allows students from the Syosset Park to choose a school, can my daughter choose school as well? I don't want to send her to South Grove due to the possible pollutions caused by the construction. I believe many parents from South Grove Elementary will move their kids to the other school if there's an option. Number 2, the proposal states no significant adverse impacts. to water resource, electric service, gas service, land use, zoning, community character, school, library, police department, fire department, emergency medical service, socio-economic, even the outlook of the surrounding area. It sounds like nothing will be happen, even though we will have the huge increase of population in the community. Do you believe that? Number 3, the health, and this is my most concern for tonight, and I believe most people who are still sitting here want to hear, is the health of the current residents around the Syosset Park and the future new residents inside Syosset Park. Is this land really safe for residential use? Our standards of safety change from time to time. Whatever was safe in the old time, like asbestos and the flat-on that you can find in your home, most of the old house, that they used in the 80s, now they are considered harmful to humans. How can we protect the former Sarah White site and the Syosset landfill will not cause the health problem for the people who live on top and nearby? I'm not an old-fashioned lady, and I'm open to smart changes, but this change has to benefit the whole community for now and future. We don't want to exchange our next generation's health and safety for the so-called economic growth and revenue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Wong is next, and son,
Yes.
you have the floor. Thank
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Before I start, I'd like to ask you to respectfully that you consider Syosset residents' opinions. Give us a priority consideration, because those people who don't live here, being construction workers or union representatives or better Long Island, whatever they are, they don't live in the neighborhood, and they will build, they will go, and then we are here to suffer for a long time. Thank you. So I live on Colony Lane, unfortunately, and you can see my house on Syosset Park map. Just like Karen, we're neighbors. And I moved here 3 years ago, and with no knowledge of what's going on. And so I have been educating myself in the past 4 weeks. I read through 800 pages of the DEIS. I checked the Superfund on the EPA site. To learn the history, I read the New York Times article dated in 1992. So nowhere, I can tell you, I'm here to tell you I'm sick, I'm afraid, I'm scared of all the talks that's going on here about the toxic landfill, about the radium that's discovered not far away in Bethpage. So in the DEIS, nowhere, and also my neighbor has cancer after living 10 years on my street, and she's younger than me. So after reading all this, I read through the whole thing. I didn't find anywhere mentioning radium test, cancer study, or anything like that. No test, no records doesn't mean they don't exist, right? So we don't know what has been dumped in the landfill because it was unregulated back then. And we do not know what kind of reaction those chemicals will have over time, over a long period of time, with the local geology. Will that create a localized hotspot? Bethpage being the perfect example. So before we do anything, we urge you to do a thorough testing, radium testing, all the testing on that land. EPA will not come to us and volunteer to do the testing for us. We have to initiate the request. You, as our representative, will have to initiate the request for them to do more testing, right? So all the folks spoke before mentioned the parking spot. and they leave the pain every day. They cannot find parking. But one thing I want to mention is, even if in the DEIS they say they will run the shuttle to Hicksville train station, even if they run the shuttle perfectly, you still get crowded train. The train are crowded itself. You won't be able to find a seat. You have to spend 1 hour to the city every day. And then, are they going to run more trains to the city? I don't think so. Right? So one other problem found by reading the DEIS is, so it says, out of the town of Oyster Bay has to pay out of the $30 million they get for selling this land, they have to clean up the DPW site. They have to pay for that to meet the current, the latest environmental standard. And also, the Syosset School District is responsible for building extensions, possibly to South Grove, to accommodate the new influx of students. So any of this project can potentially go overboard, and then we as taxpayers have to shoulder the cost. So that is a huge problem waiting to come. Lastly, as an engineering major, I have a problem with the DEIS's use of average numbers. Average number of trucks going in and out every day. Average noise levels. Average pollutants our children breathing every day. Whenever there's a study that uses average numbers, there's going to be a problem. You have to study the worst case scenario. You have to use peak numbers. The pollutant our kids breathe in will not get average tomorrow to make it better for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Joan Hill Gardner, you're on deck. And Dr. Wong, good evening.
Thank you. Finally, my turn. I'm so glad I'm here. I'm a doctor. I'm an anesthesiologist, and I take out people's lungs. Well, I don't take out. Give anesthesia. I isolate their lung. I take out people's lungs for lung cancer. That's why I specialize in cardiothoracic. And I see every day. I see blood. I see lung. And I see cancer every single day. And I have all my patients ask me, if I didn't smoke, would I have cancer? If I didn't put this in my body, would I have cancer? I tell them, just don't focus on that. We're here to help you. Whatever you do, whatever happens, we're here to help you. Now you have cancer, we're going to solve this problem. Is there a cause and effect? Of course there's a cause and effect, but I'm going to tell them a white lie. Don't worry about it. And then when I was in medical school, 9/11 happened. I remember trying to donate blood. We had all these stretchers out there, but there were no survivors. My roommate, she became a pulmonologist, and she took care of those 9/11 patients. I gave anesthesia for those patients who had their lungs out. And they asked, did that cause my cancer? I mean, there's a strong correlation, but what can we say? There's a strong correlation. So 10 years from now, am I going to have to see the same patients, and they're going to ask me, do you think I have cancer because I was near Syosset Park when they were developing for 5 years? Do you think my parents sent me to school, that was a bad idea? Am I going to look my kid in the eye and say, I probably should have sent you to that school? I'm going to sit here until 1 a.m. and until you're here to show you. I have to be up at 4 to get to the OR. But I will sit here and tell you, I'm not going to sit with my child and say, I probably shouldn't have sent you to South Road. I have been with many surgeries where the patient went south, and I fought for that patient, and I stood in front of many people, just like him, surgeons yelling down my throat. But I've stood my ground, and I'm standing my ground now. If my kid put something in a chest and I saw him put some Legos in there, And then 2 days later, he's like, where's my Legos? They're in the chest. Where do you think they are? You dump all these chemicals under the ground and you capped it. I don't care, 100 years later, where are the chemicals? Under the ground. Basic concept, basic logic. I'm a logical guy, I'm a science person. I could not find any science articles. Where are the studies? Where are those testing results? Where are you testing the periphery? What about inside? What are you gonna, when you start digging, those parts per million? Those parts per million are just particles. I'm talking about parts per million for chemicals. How will that impact my kids? I don't care about particles for like just dust now. I don't care about chemicals that's in the air. Aerosol chemicals, toxic. My kid was born at 4 pounds. He has severe, severe asthma. I have driven through snowstorms, taking him to Cohen's, calling my friends, get ready, I'm bringing my kid, 109 fever. Am I gonna risk this with my kid? You gonna use my kid as a science experiment? I did science already. I'm done with the experiment. I believe in logic. There's garbage down there. Don't put my kid in it. Don't expose my kid. Don't stir the pot. It's covered, it's sealed. Why are you stirring the pot now? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Dr. Wong. Appreciate it. Teresa Walsh, you're on deck.
My
Joan,
name
good
is
evening.
Joan Hillgardner, and I am representing myself. I live on Evelyn Lane in Syosset, in the home my mother and father-in-law purchased in 1954 when they decided to leave Brooklyn and start a family. The looming health issues are my major concern. My concern about the site stems from the real experiences of families on my own block on Evelyn Lane who lost children to leukemia when the serial wire was open. I personally know 2 of those families who are my neighbors, and they still live on Evelyn Lane, minus 2 children. This doesn't include the other cancers on this one block in Syosset over the last 20 years. It is well known that many cancers have an environmental connection. I think we heard that over and over again here, and we know proof of it. So my concern is about the acreage under the proposed site and the future impact on my health and the health of my neighbors. My second concern is the overall quality of life in Syosset. I carried petitions against the mall. Having come from Queens, I've seen the results of overdevelopment. Used to be a bedroom community, quote unquote. Not anymore. It is my opinion that we cannot sustain an additional increase in residents and employees and still have the quality of life we now enjoy. The effects of the added congestion will create difficulty sharing the community space. Right now, we have gridlock on Jericho Turnpike during the evening rush hours, and retail parking spaces are becoming scarcer. During high-volume hours, I have had to find street parking at the Syosset Library, as many others do. In closing, it is crucial for the health and safety of our community to be assured that any development doesn't worsen the exposure to potential toxins that could trigger serious and life-threatening illnesses. While I am extremely opposed to the type of development here proposed, I ask the town board to require independent testing of the site before any plans move forward.
Good evening.
Teresa, just excuse me 1 second. Let me just call Jason Guo down to Teresa. You have the floor. Yes, sure.
I'm going to move fast so I can fit everything in. I am Teresa Walsh. I am an accountant and certified forensic auditor. I would like to give you an update on the topics I spoke about at the last town hall meeting regarding the Syosset Park development. There are potential previous administration misdealings related to the serial wire in Town Department of Public Works property, cap landfill, and the related cancers and psychological, neurological illnesses and diseases. I have found in my continuous continuing preliminary surveillance investigation that many of these health issues resemble the type of cancers, rare cancers, and sicknesses that is associated with environmental contamination. These include industrial toxins and especially low-dose radiation exposure, which often is a result of the disposal of hazardous toxic and radioactive waste in unregulated landfills dating from the end of World War I through the end of the Cold War nuclear arms buildup. This happens in areas like Syosset in the town of Oyster Bay that had a concentration of defense contractors on Nuclear Regulatory Commission's New York State Radioactive Isotopes Users List. As you know, former town attorney Lenny Genova is testifying before the federal court in Central ISIP this week. Mr. Genova is testifying under immunity and cooperating with the federal prosecutor. So I assume that he will be disclosing some very important information regarding his dealing with Mr. Mangano, with Bandito in particular, that has to do with this site potentially. This could affect Surewire town properties, and it's being reviewed. I have an opportunity to meet with county and federal criminal prosecutors that I met when I studied at the Association of Forensic Examiners. So basically what I'm saying is I studied with the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners this summer, and I met people who teach agents, and they told me this summer when they were teaching a course about forensic accounting that they would potentially be asked these questions. What was the reason that the town of Oyster Bay taxpayers were mailed a flyer advertising of a vote for the quick sale of surplus property, as is with no contingencies and no zoning regulations, to provide immediate capital and annual tax revenue to the town, but in reality the contract of sale enabled a possible fraudulent conveyance for a different deal than the one voted on by the town of Oyster Bay taxpayers, leaving the town with potentially hundreds of millions of dollars of potential liability for relocation and environmental cleanup at the landfill. Who are the former administrators of the town of Oyster Bay who benefited from the transfer of the property sale, either financially or in other ways? How were the $30 million in funds the town received used? Was it used in unscrupulous ways by Bandito, possibly Genova? Were you aware that Cerro de Pasco Corp., the parent company of Surewire and the Syosset Rod Mill, owns the largest uranium mine in Peru, and that they were supplying uranium for the manufacture of uranium rods for the nation's first nuclear power plants, similar to what Sylvania GTE was doing in Hicksville, Westbury? By the way, they were saying before that Castagna was very generous. He also donated $17,000 to Bandito when Michael Bandito was running for the Senate. As a forensic auditor, I myself have now gathered information demonstrating that 5 neighborhoods surrounding the proposed Syosset Park project could have had many more rare cancer victims than even the Bethpage New York State Department of Health cancer surveillance study. What I did is I lived here for 20 years and I did my own survey. I talked to people for many years and I started to talk to people and contact people. I also met the woman who did the study in Bethpage, who started that. I met her at the Navy meeting a few weeks ago. What I found in this area here was breast cancer, 30 victims, brain cancer, 10 victims, gastroenterological cancer, colon, pancreatic, prostate, kidney, bladder, 34 victims. Lung cancer, 23 victims. Ovarian, uterine, 9 victims. Leukemia, rare lymphoma, multiple myeloma, bone marrow, 12 victims. Mouth, nose, throat, thyroid, 10 victims. Limited sampling, so far 128 victims. Recently, I brought in an independent third-party consultant and also specialized in health analytics, assembling the data and contacting some of the victims to get the details required of a formal study, which I'm demanding, so we can work with the town to complete it. The numbers I just mentioned are just the tip of the iceberg, and we have many more victims to fully qualify and add. I still estimate that there are between 1,200 and 2,000 cancer victims in the neighborhood surrounding the proposed Syosset Park project. What I and other residents of Syosset would like to do is see the town board's participation in providing a safe environment for our citizens, especially the children and grandchildren.
Teresa?
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Arthur Gibson from the Plumbers Union. Jason Gould. Jason, you and I have been talking by email all day. Nice to meet you tonight.
Thank you very much for your assistance. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jason Guo, a 10-year resident in Syosset. My home is a quarter-mile away, walking distance, very close by to Syosset Park. Before tonight, there many work has been done. I've been communicating with legislators' office, Nassau County Legislator's Office, and also the indirectly to Town of Oyster Bay Attorney about restricting a non-resident, non-Town of Oyster Bay residents to attending tonight's meeting. But the final legal opinion is we cannot restrict a non-TOB resident attend this meeting, and we cannot even restrict any non-TOB resident to speak. So today, everyone is here, and everyone is welcome, and everyone, including the non-residents, is even welcome to come here to speak. So my word is, this is our town. We are going to decide. And you can come here, you can speak, but in the end of the day, your opinion will not count unless our election system is broken. Thank you for Mr. Simons. I prepared some, trying to accommodate for the PowerPoint slide to project on bigger screen, but it was failed. In lieu, I print out my opinions on a flyer. I would like to pass it around.
We'll make that part of the record.
Thank you very much for passing it around. We talk about DEIS report. The DEIS report, page 464, talking about estimated incoming students to 243. If you look closer, the school-age children multiplier is 0.19. What's that mean? That means every 5 incoming family will have 1 child. So anyone look at your neighbors, the new home buyers, to my observation, is averaging 2 child for every new home buyers. In contrast, every home buyer, home sellers of the district is, most of them have no school-age child for those who moving out. So for that reason, my estimation is 938 incoming students. What is the concept of 938? That's a combination of Ward Women's School, village, and the village, 3 primary schools combined. The next one, we talk about the money. I'm using approximate numbers. 6,000 students today, we have a $200 million budget. With this additional 900 students coming in, the adequate funding should be around $30 million if we want to keep the same education quality. Otherwise, if we keep our existing property tax, we are going to suffer the reduced education quality. If we want to keep our same education quality, there will be $18 million of short, because 900, do the math, 900 students need a $30 million additional funding, while the project contributed $12 million. So we got $18 million shortfall. $18 million divided by the existing $200 million, that's a 9% property tax increase in order to maintain the school district quality. That's all what I have today.
So thank you, Jason. Thank you. Lixia, sir, you're up next, and Arthur Gibson. Arthur? Arthur, come on. We have Arthur Gibson as our next speaker, followed by Lixius Sir. Who is next here? Is Arthur Gibson from the Plumbers Union here? He is not. Okay. Lixius, sir? Not here. Sarah Lynn. Sarah Lynn and Min Chen. Sarah Lynn and Min Chen. Zuma Saeed, who's that? Your name is?
Hi, my name is Min Hui Chen. I live in Tanjung Road, Syosset. I want to quickly introduce myself. I moved to Syosset 6 years ago. I'm an auditor with crazy schedules, and I'm also a mom of 2 young kids that just started schools. So it's totally 2 full-time jobs for me. And my time is valuable for everybody. So why did we choose to have like super long commute time every day, back and forth from the city, and paying premium prices for the houses, and also paying super high taxes every year? My answer is the same as a lot of other people sitting down in here. It's because of our kids. We want to give them the best school districts, best teachers, and best neighbors, and everything the best. And that's why we choose to move here 6 years ago, and that's why I choose to come up here to talk today. As the project that we discussed today, it might have some benefits. I can do shopping, coffee shops, and anything, but what I can foresee more is going to the opposite way. It will be a significant increase in students, residents, visitors, crowded traffic, health issues, safety issues, and a foreseeable huge increase on our taxes. You know, auditors like to talk about numbers. So when I look into the report, the number of estimated 243 students, it seems crazy to me. Like Jason just talked about, like who's not having at least 1 kid at their house? Like when I look into the schedules, okay, I can do a total calculation. 1 bedroom, no kids. 2 bedroom, 1 kids. 3 bedroom, 1.5 kids. That's 640 kids. That's just my estimation. The same calculation with like what's on the report, it's $15.5 million that is needed. What's the revenues generated? To be opposite, on the report, it's $9.5 million to our schools. Is it enough to cover the $15.5 million? No. And also, that's not real numbers because it's subject to tax cap, it's subject to like all these growth factors from the state which have no control with, and it's subject to pilot. How much we really get into the schools? Probably not $9.5 million. Even I'm saying like it's $9.5 million. Who's paying the gap of the $6 million? Us, the residents now. But what we can see, we are the residents and paying all these taxes, and these are just regular operating costs. How about the new constructions? Then maybe we have to build new school, or maybe we have to expand the primary school, middle school, high school. Who's paying this? I read the report. Great idea. Syosset School District has great rating on borrowing money. So we can borrow the money, repaying in 10 years. Okay, problem solved. Who's paying this? Us, the residents. I mean, money is not everything, but money is important to a lot of families that live in here. We love Syosset. We want to stay in here, but we cannot agree a project that is not benefit to any of the residents in here. When it comes to the budget in the future, can we say, like, if the project is really going through in the future, can we say no when we get the bill from the town and say that's how much your taxes will be? Can we say no? No, we cannot say no. We just get the bill. If you don't pay, like I have like collection companies maybe come to my house to collect the money. The only thing we can do is we say no now rather than in the future. Again, dear committee, thank you for all your time, and please seriously consider like all the concerns that our residents that have for today, because we vote for you to be representing us to make the best decisions for the community and for the residents. And we hope you can keep in your promises and looking into the best benefits for the people that we trust you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take a break. After the next speaker, we're going to give some relief to our court reporter who has been very diligent and working very hard all night. So we'll take a little bit of a break. Saeed, go ahead.
Hi. Good evening. My name is Dr. Uzma Syed. I will be brief. I know it's been a long evening, but I want to thank the supervisor and for the council members for inviting us here today. As a lifelong resident in Syosset and a person who is very passionate about our town and dedicated to serve our community, I felt it was necessary to be here tonight to hear all of the information from the town regarding this project. I have several questions about the impact on our town and district. The safety and security of our children is my first priority. How will this project affect the children given its close proximity to not one but 2 elementary schools? The number of construction vehicles and personnel in close proximity to the schools during school hours. Will there be measures for additional security? The environmental impacts from debris and noise pollution. What will be the provisions for the young children, even 5-year-olds, in the neighboring schools? The potential for a large number of simultaneous enrollment at the schools. What will be the strategy from the district to accommodate these students? As we know, as residents in the districts, classes are already crowded and new schools cannot be constructed on such short notice. Now, the first speaker here this evening did bring up a point about a potential for influx of rodents and all types of animals from this type of construction project. Now, as an infectious disease physician, I can tell you that there is a myriad of diseases that is transmitted by these types of animals, and that poses a substantial health hazard, not just to all of our children, but all of the residents in our community. I believe in our town, and for nearly 30 years have known this to be the best place to grow up, live, and raise a family. I am in favor of increasing revenue to our town, but not at the expense of our children. Thank you.
So we'll take a little bit of a break and we'll start anew.
We got the place we want to come. Well, probably a few of them must have been. 5 minutes. Yeah, 500 minutes. 100 minutes.
To be honest, I was a little nervous. But the ozone numbers I gave you were 100% correct.
Let me see if I can find it. Hold on a second. There is. No, I got you. Just a minute. Let me write it for you. I can find one of my cards. I'll get it. Yeah. So here is no, I couldn't agree with you more. Oyster, very, yeah, the record's going to be kept open. So, and if that doesn't work, NY.
clerk wants to bring lifesavers, but he didn't bring them anymore either.
If I don't spell my name, Simons and Simon,
They'll be attacking you.
well, the fix is in. The moderator was one of them. Yeah, we are. Where is the supervisor? Huh? Well, I thought he was right. I don't want to. Yeah. Just remind me. Gaining some votes here, you know what I'm saying? So I ran out to fill that academia. I feel very, Supervisor Warren, I feel very strong.
I accept it like this.
All right. Let me get my glasses on. Hulu. Naeem. And Jansen. We're going to get started. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to get started. The next speakers, if I can have everybody's attention, the next speakers on deck, Zulu from Southwood Circle and Naeem Bardazunda on Colony Lane in Syosset. So if you can line up, we can get started. Huh? Oh, wait a minute. Okay.
Hello, everybody.
Just in 1 minute, the reporter is just getting a machine in gear. Because your remarks are important, as is everybody's.
Okay, we're ready.
Mr. Liu, go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Joe Liu. Live in Syosset, South Grove area. I have one-year-old boy, and my wife is pregnant again with another boy. And okay, like everybody, I really need to work hard to raise my families. And okay, Syosset community is very good, very great. Quiet environment, nice neighborhood, and fresh air, and polite drivers on the street. My babies and my wife really enjoy the sunshine and fresh air, on the street every day now. But I guess the project will change everything. Okay, I will be so worried about they going out even, without polluted air, toxic, okay. And the dust, the noise, and even the water. Sorry. Okay. And when my boys growing up, going to school, okay, whatever they said, in my picture, the picture in my mind is only my boys sitting in the corner at the classroom without any notice, and the teacher cannot even remember my son's name because so many students in the school. Okay, and living here is very, very beautiful, but not everything is perfect. One problem is the parking problem at the train station. Every morning, I need to get to the train station before 7 a.m. and to make sure I can get a parking spot. And then, going to the city, I need to be hunting on the Manhattan Street like a ghost for at least 14 minutes. And or like just sitting in my office like an idiot. Can you imagine there's another 600 more cars need to park at the same station we have to? And okay, I don't want to even think about it. And okay, after this 4 hours hearing, I have another reason to against this project. This developer, I think, is not trustable. Thanks for the first speaker, the lady, and okay, I don't know the names, but the white shirt ladies, let us know what they did before. They are not trustable, I think. And like I read the news, like they sent you guys the DEIS document just several days ago. You guys can vote. It's tricky, right? And apparently they are very, very good at playing this game. But we are living here. For them, they are just a money game. For us, we are living here. It's our lives. I don't want my babies become a part of the games. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Liu. Shan Wang is on deck, and Naeem, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Naeem Bardanwala, and I live in Colony Lane. If I would have known this before like 10 years, that the landfill area is just in my backyard, and about the Sarawire properties, I would think about buying the home. And now, only after the Syosset Park project came into the picture, I became aware of all of this. And my primary concern was here about the pollution and the safety for the children who is going into the Syosset South Grove School. And during the construction years, the breed, what they're going to breed. But after listening to so many people about the Sarawire and all this property, I really concerned more about the environmental issues than what's going to come after. So basically, very strongly, I am against this project. And I read the documents of some of the pages, and it's like too much of rosy picture and ideal living environment and all that. But I read many pages and have seen the data, graphs, and reports on traffic, noise pollution, and but actually, if you just think about the traffic pattern, like when this thing is if it is existing, and if you try to make a left to take a LIE east from the Robbins Lens, imagine how much time it's going to take. And this the report I read was like they would mention some of the fact, and then it covers defended with lot of other evidences, and it's like the same thing repeating in supporting that. So how can I trust this report? And so definitely the independent report is the must. Even that is a must requirement. So I think that is all, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Patricia, excuse me 1 second. Let me just call down Patricia Swartz from Martin Drive in Syosset is on deck. Ms. Wang?
Dear town officers and residents, good evening. My name is Shan Wang. I'm living 99 Syosset Circle. I have a kid going to South Grove. I'm really concerned about this project, and I strongly against it because it's do more harm than benefits to the community. I have the following questions and concerns. First is the estimate student enrollment. Obviously 243 students enrollment is way underestimate. I strongly recommend the developer reevaluate the impact on the enrollment by using the average kids of each family moved in for the past 5 years. You may find out we need to build a new elementary school, a new middle school, and a new high school. Where is the place building those schools? Not even mention the money. Second is the environmental issue. The question here is not whether the site is appropriate for mixed use. The real question is whether the site, with its toxic landfill and toxic industrial history that have been labeled inactive, should be developed at all. What we have learned happened in the Bethpage, Northrop Grumman, even though the corporation claim that the land is clean, but they still find this serious issue, and the nearby playground has to close. I don't want this similar situation happen in our Syosset, and I don't want South Grove to be closed because my son is going to that school. We love the school. Third is the financial. I don't know how those developers come up with those estimated revenue by building those retail space and the commercial office space, considering already tight commercial real estate market, especially for the retail real estate, is going downhill. What's the occupancy rate you use to estimate those sales projection? How about those building a retail space and commercial space are vacant? Where's those money? Who's gonna support those things? Furthermore, and the park you are going to build, gonna donate back to the town. What is the annual maintenance fee for this park? Who's gonna have the financial support for this park? Does the developer gonna pay bill or our resident? And also for the impact on the Long Island Railroad commuter. As a daily commuter to the city, I already see crowded train, and I barely can find parking space at Syosset and Hicksville train station. Even I arrive at train station as early as 7:20 in the morning. Most time, I only can park my car on the street and walk to the train station, even though I paid the station parking. From the report provided by the developer, I did not see any extensive analysis on the impact of LIRR parking and commuters have been done. Thus, the train and the train station can accommodate additional thousands of commuters. Obviously, Syosset Park is not a park. The developer is planning to build a city on the contaminated land. It will do more harm than benefits to our community, and especially harm to the healthy of our kids. Lastly, I would like to mention that many Syosset residents are environmental scientists, financial analysts, internal control specialists, and lawyers. A lot of those residents are willing to be volunteers to participate in the process of reviewing the project plan and to help the town to make sound decisions. The town should utilize those residents' knowledge as part of the resource. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Patricia Schwartz on Martin Drive. Are you here? Mitch Clipper and Steve Myers. Mitch Clipper, Steve Myers, Wangan Dong, Tasnir Nimchuda. Tasmir, I apologize for the pronunciation of your name. Let's see if we can get somebody else on deck. Puneet Parashar. Denfang Zhang. Billy Tsi. Jim Liguri. B. Rosenberg. I hope it's not something I said. Andrea Smith. So you're on deck, Andrea. And Tasnir, help me with your last name so I can...
My name is Tasneem Nimachwala.
Yeah, okay. And your address?
I'll help you in pronouncing my name, last
I'm
name.
not
It's Need Much Water. If you say Need Much Water, it's similar to that, Nimachwala.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I live on 40 Colony Lane, and if you bring up the picture, my house is right there on the picture. My backyard opens up to the South Grove School playground. So if this park comes up, for me, it's going to be a 24/7 proposition to be inhaling anything that is in the ground or any pollutants that are going to be coming up because of the construction that's going on. I say 24/7 because I also work within a 2-mile distance. So where should I go to breathe after this construction starts for another 6 years? Even if I let go and accept that, okay, all the environmental issues are being taken care of and there is no radioactive material there or no toxins in there, even then, where should I be going to breathe? I cannot breathe. And if I keep breathing, I'll probably have my lungs gone. I just recently lost one of my cousins to her lungs being hardened, and then I saw her struggling. She could not breathe. She always 24/7 had to take oxygen mask and move around. She finally had to give up her life. It didn't happen here. It happened in India, but it happened because of something similar where toxins were in her body. So to me, it comes very close to home, and it's a 24/7 thing, not just for me, but my kids as well, because they are here all the time. I have a 11-year-old girl who goes to South Grove, and my son is in the high school. But the only reason we moved in this community was because of the school district. But since I have heard about this, every night I have been having sleepless nights thinking, did I do the right thing for my kids? Am I giving them a future cancer? Should I move out of this neighborhood? We were all prepared 2 weeks ago to actually demolish our house and build a new house there. Now I'm questioning that. I sat with the builder, I told him, like, yes, I want to do it, but with this pending thing going on, do I want to? Do I want to spend more money, pay more taxes, and then live in a place which is going to give me future health issues? A lot of people have presented with many numbers, and I agree with them, especially on the school crowding, overcrowding. By any way, means or shape, any Tom, Dick, or Harry sitting in this room, everybody here is educated people. Nobody seems to be a Tom, Dick, and Harry here, but even if they were, anybody could calculate that this school is not going to take 235 kids with this 650 units being built. And that's where the problem is, that how can you trust the report where it says 235 kids from 650 units, where it is it's very clearly going to be at least one kid per household, 650 to count. What else could we believe if this is a very black and white thing that has been put in this report, which is inconsistent with what's going on? Other thing, I was talking in my office about Syosset Park, and they questioned, oh, what's your opposition to a park? I'm like, you should read that document because it's not a park, it's a city. So the name itself says loads that you're building a city and calling it a park, misleading the residents around. And a lot of people are not. A lot of people are passing it on just because it is named Syosset Park. So my request to at least change it to Syosset City so the people, the residents, are able to see what's coming, a city within a city and not a park. People are in a misconception that, yes, we'll have a beautiful park, and would you not want bike paths, and would you not want this, and would you not want that? Yes, I would want that if it's possible, without digging a single inch in that ground. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, thank you. David Chi, you're on deck. Thank you, David. Andrea, good evening.
Good evening. I'm not complicated. My name is Andrea Smith. I was raised in Jericho, went to school in Syosset, and now live in Hicksville. So I'm 3 times invested in this project. The more I hear about concerns of the people in this area, the more concerned I am. However, something is going to happen here, so I would like to make my statements. I don't believe that the people who are planning this project have the best interest of Syosset, Hicksville, or Jericho at heart. No thought has been given to the quality of life to the people in these communities. If your plan is followed, Syosset schools would be impacted. By your own admission, you expect the school population to increase approximately 243 students, while others estimate 355 students. There would be more traffic, bigger class sizes, school-age children and school buses would be in close proximity to already existing railroad tracks and a ground-level railroad crossing. On Facebook, Syosset Park has stated that there was no desire for a railroad station on Robbins Lane. However, that project was considered in 1980. A lot has changed since then. A small railroad station and parking garage would enhance this multi-use location. It would help the community for people working in the office building or staying at one of the hotels mentioned. It would be convenient for shoppers. I believe that local people looking to downsize would appreciate being able to relocate to a familiar location close to a railroad station, a movie theater, and shopping. Local residents might find this a perfect place for an over 55 community. Rather than having school-age children living and playing on top of a capped Superfund site, senior housing would be a much better fit. Older people are less likely to develop cancers from living on the site than young adults and young children who are still developing. A small railroad station would also alleviate some of the parking at the Syosset station and allow for more parking for the shops near the Syosset station. At the last meeting that I attended, I was given the impression that the Long Island Railroad did not have an interest in building a small station on Robbins Lane. To that, I would have to say that our communities have long supported the Long Island Railroad, and it's time for the Long Island Railroad to be a good neighbor and step up. You say you plan on providing shuttle service from the property to the Hicksville Railroad Station. Has anyone on your committee considered the impact this would have on the Jericho and Hicksville communities? The East Birchwood community in Jericho would be impacted as Birchwood Park Drive would become a heavily trafficked road. In your studies, did you consider Hicksville at all? Have you seen the traffic on Broadway in Hicksville during rush hour? I remember someone once describing Hicksville as the heart of Oyster Bay. In reality, the town, the county, the state, and the Long Island Railroad have made Hicksville a dumping ground. The parking garage is once again under repair, and the downtown is one giant parking garage where commuters living outside of Hicksville are being ripped off daily by owners of private parking spaces. It seems that the Long Island Railroad is not really interested in our quality of life. They just want to add another rail and more trains to ship freight and commuters. Last and most importantly of all, my family moved to Jericho in 1958. Today is actually 60 years since we moved in. I lived on the corner of Favorite Lane and Fall Lane at number 2. My parents left Jericho in 1986. My father died of cancer in 1991. Our next door neighbor at number 6 died of cancer. The neighbor in the third house, number 10, died of cancer. Our neighbor 2 more houses down at number 18 died of cancer. Across the street from our corner house on Fall Lane, a neighbor died of cancer, and next door to them, a dog died of cancer. Many years ago, I questioned whether this area was a cancer cluster, but I was unable to get any information about any studies that may have been done. Since my parents moved out of Jericho in 1986, I have no knowledge of how many more people in this area, which I have recently come to know as the Cancer Circle, have died. I read in past Tuesday's Newsday that Syosset School District Superintendent is concerned about how this project will impact the school district. Your plan is to build 625 houses, condos and townhouses, and a 30-acre park. I'm almost finished. Besides the impact that this would have on class sizes in South Grove and Robbins Lane, the middle schools and the high schools, school taxes and traffic in these areas, you are planning on having families with young children move into these homes and play in this park, which has previously been declared a Superfund site. Be very careful. This is not 40 years ago. People are watching and aware. I pray that this project doesn't cost you more in lawsuits due to health concerns that may arise than what you hope to gain.
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Dimimpapoulos Yarlu. David Chi, welcome tonight.
Thank you for having me. Thank you to the town board for listening. I'm originally from Queens. I brought my two kids out here for better quality of life and a better education. I could have wrote everything and wrote on a piece of paper and gave a speech on it, but I felt as a concerned parent, it'd be better if I just kind of speak from the heart. You know, I wanted to thank Supervisor Saladino. I met you at the Spring Festival, and you could have just walked away and said, you know, show up on May 1st, but you gave me 5 minutes of your time. You listened to what I had to say. You know, I thought that was pretty stand up, and, you know, I wanted to thank you for that. I was going to say Syosset Park was a good marketing campaign. It should be called Syosset City, but you kind of took my thunder away from me. But that's essentially what it is. It's a city. It's a city in a suburban neighborhood, and I don't think that works for Syosset. You know, for a multitude of reasons. You know, traffic, the congestion, the lack of parking. Have any of you been recently into Queens, particularly Flushing, Queens? Flushing, Queens over the years has developed a great deal. And if you want, I'll personally drive you there, put you in the middle of Flushing, Queens, and I'll challenge you to find a parking space. I'll challenge you to leave Flushing neighborhood in a 5-minute span, and I guarantee you won't be able to do it because of all the traffic and congestion that having a development would cause. And looking at that, with the 600 some odd houses, you know, that's what's going to happen. You know, I hate to be at the open house when they market this place and have new homeowners come in with kids, because at the end of the day, you're moving into this school district. It's for the kids. At the end of the day, it's for the kids. And I'd hate to be that homeowner. I'm looking at the drawing. I like this house, only to be told that that's a capped landfill. You couldn't pay me to buy a house there. So the playing fields are on top of the capped landfill. You know, if you let this go through, you know, I live on Birchwood Park Drive. I'm within walking distance. There's no way my kids would even go near that place. Ever. I'll be short and brief. It's right next to 2 schools. It's one thing if this development is within, you know, away from the community, away from the schools. That's one thing. I'm not against development, period. But South Grove is literally right there, and Robbins Lane, which the school that my kids go to, it's right there as well. And I'd hate to be the parent to have my kids get on the bus and have them, don't forget their school bag, don't forget their bottle of water, their lunch, and oh, by the way, make sure you have your face mask to put it on during recess time, because you're going to need it to avoid breathing in all that air. So I hope that message kind of resonates with you. You know, from my point of view as a parent, you know, at the end of the day, I would run through a brick wall for my kids to make sure they're safe and healthy, and hopefully you vote no to this project. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Thank you, David. In the yellow, just 1 second, in the on-deck circle is Nicole Alper. Nicole, are you here? Still here? No? There's two people. Welcome.
So good evening, everyone. It's been a long night. I'm going to make it quick. And first off, my name is Yang Liu, resident at Hidden Ridge in Syosset, and I work with Lex Realty, a real estate company that's been dedicated to serve Syosset and Jericho area for the past 60 years. So if you talk to the colleagues working there, or really any realtors in the area, they would tell you 95% of the family were, you know, people they buy in the lifestyle. You know, there's no question property market is going up for the past few years. People are flocking in because of the school, because of the slower pace lifestyle. We're rather paying higher price, we're rather paying higher tax to live here. Suburb life. If we were to choose convenience, proximities, we would have stayed in Queens. I have people coming from 5 boroughs, and I have people coming from abroad, from China, because I'm Chinese descendants, obviously. They buy in to this neighborhood. They heard the name outside of the United States. They want to invest because of the lifestyle. And by inviting this park, by the way, not really a park, but it's going to break the balance. It'll change the lifestyle. And I challenge you guys with the authorities on the stage, would you want to be the one who's responsible? Years, generations after. When we look at the history, you ask yourself, well, was I the one elected making the history a better place, a worse place? Would you making this hamlet a better place to live, to raise kids? Or you changed it, suburbanize it? It doesn't have to be. When we think about Syosset, we don't think about convenience. We don't think about, you know, otherwise it would have paid the same price and probably living in a condo in Manhattan. Talk about convenience, right? We came here because we have the dreams. And we came here because we have the sense of comfortableness and security to send our kids on the street, in the neighborhood, to ride their bikes, to probably go to other kids to a play date without worrying if the truck's going to hit them. You know, if there are people, because you have 2 hotels, what kind of people be living in? Are you going to gardening, like check every single background check, every people that comes in? We don't want our kids to be abducted, right? It's a very remote story, but what happened 2 years back, approximately in Roosevelt Mall, there was a gunshot or whatever that happens. We don't want that. We understand it's a different scale of foot traffic, but however, it's going to be opened up as a mixed-use commercial. There is no control of what kind of people that you're bringing in. On top of all the environmental issues, I'm no expert, and I totally agree with whatever, you know, they say. They did their research, I haven't. But, you know, the common sense tells me that I should agree with that. I also want to remind you guys, look at the stress the proposal alone brought to this community. People are stressed out. Forget about the cancer for one moment. Forget about the possible whatever that's down there. Think about the stress. Stress is the #1 factor that caused all the health issues in the United States. And now this proposal alone are causing a lot of stress. How are the residents going to react to the union workers? How that's going to affect our children being raised in such a stressful home? If you think about the tax revenues the property might generate,
Have you ever considered of the possibilities that people are leaving for this project? We are paying a premium tax willingly because of the community, and I can guarantee you a lot of people come in for school, and that change, even before that happened, people will leave. They will sell their house for a lower price. They will get out of the town before you know it, and you will lose a lot of things. I don't think the development will willing to make up that difference. And really, I implore you, with the authorities, to consider, as a residents, as a parents, we elect you to stand up for us because we trust you guys to do the right thing for us. And we really bring in the fact we are counting on you to create a good environment for our kids, generations to come, to keep the town the way it is. A great place, a good haven for our kids, not a busy mall area. Thank you.
Thank you. Who is on deck? Is Nicole Alper? No. Chris? Who?
You think your name was called? I do.
You-
Yes. Dimitropoulos.
Yes.
I've been a resident of Syosset for 60 years. And in that 60 years, I've seen a lot of growth, a lot of changes, and that's great. And I want to thank all of you for your time tonight and giving us this forum. Syosset has a park. It's a beautiful park on Jericho Turnpike, where families go to picnic and play and swim. This is Left Rack City in the middle of our town. I know you've heard all the arguments. I just hope you weigh them carefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. Chris Ombrowski, are you still here? Prajent Malhotra? Wendy Levitt? Wendy? And in the on-deck circle is Joe DeLeo. Thank you, Joe. Wendy, go ahead.
Hey, I'm up. What a night. All right, Wendy Levitt, 10 The Rise in Woodbury. I think everybody here has done an amazing job of talking tonight. The points have been fantastic. They've been clear. You've been hearing from experts. And I'm amazed at the knowledge and the passion that's coming out from the people here. I also have to tell you that I'm a businesswoman. I'm listening to all of this. I know the economic case that Simon's presenting. I get that there's a give and take. What I think we're facing here right now is a situation where, like Josh Lafazan said hours ago at this point, we've got so many unknowns and so many what-ifs, and they are now becoming a divisive force in our community. As leaders of our community, as people that are setting our tone, I am asking that you make sure before you make a decision that all of these amazing points and amazing questions that were brought up today are answered so that the residents of this community can move forward with confidence and not only stand together with the decision that's made about this piece of property, but if we end up with new residents or tenants or whatever on this piece of property, that you don't have all of us looking at all of them saying, wow, what have you brought into our midst? I'm asking you to consider a path forward that can lead us to act and function as the one community that we are, because we are such a great community and we are so strong, and I recognize the economic factors here, but don't tear us apart just because of capitalism. Thank you.
Eric Alexander? Eric, are you here? On deck circle. Joe DeLeo?
All right. Thanks for allowing me to speak. Came here tonight with, I'm a graduate, 1990, lived here my whole life. Hopefully my daughters will be a graduate of 2030 and 2033. I live on 2 Barston Street in the Willits area, and My initial intention was to come here and talk about my concerns about the density of the school district, the dilution of the school district. Obviously, everybody's talked about it and made it very clear why people move here, why I stayed here, was specifically for the schools. For a short period of time, I lived in Bayside, Queens. When I got married, there was only one question to my wife: do you want to stay in Queens or you want to go to Syosset? There was only one answer: come to Syosset. Now, while I was in Bayside, Queens, I have to tell you the reality of owning a property in a good school district in Queens. Many, many coworkers were asking me, can I have your address? Can I use your address to get my kids into a better school? And the reality is that these apartments and these townhouses, they're going to suffer the same byproduct of people desiring to get their kids here, sometimes maybe from overseas, like we've heard. What are we going to do about it when those students come here and they take a very delicate balance, like the woman said, and brings it to the point where we're headed now? I personally had 12 kids in my elementary school in my kindergarten class. My daughter went to the same kindergarten class last year. She had 20 kids in it and 3 classes, whereas I had 2 classes. So you're talking about 24 as opposed to 60 children. I feel that it's an unsustainable, untenable proposal. But more than that, in being here, I see the reality of the concerns of the pollution, the concerns of its impact on children who are living and going to school within a stone's throw of the development. And I have to be honest with you, I don't know if I would make that same decision to live in Syosset if my house was right there in breath of this proposal. So I hope you guys make the right decision as well. It's very concerning.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. Is Jack Ostrich still here? Jack, you're on deck. Eric,
Sure.
the floor is yours.
Thank you. All right, my name is Eric Alexander. I'm the director of Vision Long Island. We're a not-for-profit that works with communities on downtown revitalization efforts. I don't live here in Syosset. I live in Northport. I've learned a lot about Syosset tonight, though. Grew up in Hicksville and Farmingdale, nearby, and we've been able to work with the local community groups on their revitalization efforts in recent years. That's been great. Todd Fabricant and the Sarah Wire Coalition reached out to us years ago when you were all fighting them all on alternative development proposals. And we do have some former board members that are Syosset residents have asked our positions. That's why we're here tonight. We've reviewed the DEIS, and look, we're happy to see the earlier preference from the hundreds of residents that attended for mixed use originally. Mix of housing types, tax positive, cleaning up a blighted site, providing public space, jobs, office and retail, and ultimately a pleasant place to live, work, shop, and it's walkable internally. There's a lot to recommend on a project like this. Having said that, at the end of the day, development decisions should be made by the local community and not regional interests. 40 downtowns on Long Island have chosen to revitalize their main streets, and 81 of 94 of the last public hearings in the last 6 years have had more support than opposition. We recognize, though, the benefits of a new town center like this is more of a challenge to envision, as it's not revitalizing an existing place, it's creating a new place, and that's not easily understood. Josh Lavison said it best, that you need clarity on some things. The environmental clarity you need, if there are 4 agencies, the DEC, the EPA, Department of Health, and Nassau County Department of Health, engage in a series of studies, it shouldn't be hard to sort these studies out and get that information out to the public. And the higher brownfield standard that was passed in the state will address the cleanup, but the folks have to trust it. And clearly we haven't heard that yet tonight. School district clarity. It's a desirable district. My 3 nieces went through here. They got a great education. I sat in this room and saw, different plays and all kinds of things. Definitely, it's a great school district. There are options that this developer could move forward with, bring in some higher-end rental units balanced with some affordable, that would lower the school district population. A great example, 5 projects yielding 900 units only brings 50 kids in, and we could show you that data in real places on Long Island. The point is, rental units don't bring as many kids as ownership units. The other option is to incorporate some 55 and up into the mix. Anyway, there's ways to sort these issues out, and I think you can. Construction impact, it's clear. Children's health is center point of your concern. They're fair questions that should be addressed through the secret process. There are protections that could be put in place, but again, the public has to trust it. I do want to acknowledge the effort that the developer has made to date with multiple public meetings. They could do more to reach out, and I think you'll see that moving forward. Having said that, a lot of developers on Long Island don't do these types of preliminary meetings and are as transparent as they are. We'd like to see more of that. So clearly, that's moving forward, and we'll have to move forward based on what we've heard tonight. There's a toxic discourse on social media, and it's not just here. Every day we get 20 or 30 messages on our phone that tell us why we shouldn't trust each other or anybody for that matter. And, you know, there's misinformation, there's polarization, and that's what some people want. You guys are smarter than that. You definitely are. And I think you saw some of the seeds of how you can move forward from that tonight. What you're going to have to do is, like other communities, compare and contrast what could be built here as of right, and versus this plan or other alternative plans, and see what holds up. Ultimately, it's the knowledge you gain in a place like this. Your school district's your calling card. That's your standard here in this community. And you heard it from the folks tonight. Utilize residents' knowledge. Volunteers from all walks of life are participating in this room. They can be part of this process and should be part of this process moving forward. And the what ifs, the best question I think I heard, the what ifs are divisive. And when we see this, it's hard to solve complicated problems when the what ifs are just so big that everyone's fighting each other. So clearly, the deliberation you're going to have, you've raised a lot of questions tonight, but to get to the best possible project, you're going to have to deliberate and stick with this process to get to the best place and to come to consensus on reasonable development. It's in your hands to get the best result. I'm glad folks are listening. I'm glad the town's here. I'm glad a lot of people stayed through the night. And we learned a lot tonight, but I just want to say thank you to everyone who participated. But stick with the process, and there could be a great alternate development moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you. Jack Ostrick, are you here? Jack, you can step up, and Raleigh Shot, are you here? Good.
Jack Ostrick, I reside at 1 Elm Street in Woodbury. Before I begin comments, I know it's not a question and answer session, but one question that was fluttering around the audience was how the process works for getting the questions answered and the feedback back. So at some point, not now, you can address how that's going to work. Okay. Anyway, I have a prepared remark. So I rise without specific comment on the DEIS, but rather with some thoughts for you, the town board. I want to urge you to stay focused on two things in your deliberations on whether or not to approve this or any other variation of a development on this site. Promoting a full civic engagement and moving slowly and only after great deliberation. I don't envy your responsibilities here regarding this project, nor many of the other things you've willingly signed up to oversee. Being a public leader carries a lot of relatively thankless challenges, so I'd remedy a little bit of that by saying thank you. I'm confident that all of you are public servants, and as such, you're trying to serve the public good first and foremost. With that in mind, I want to urge you to use a wider filter and a lot of patience to not lose sight of the bigger picture of what's being accomplished here tonight by doing these kinds of meetings. Like many in this room, I wasn't part of the original Syosset Cerro Wire project that began 20 years ago. For many of us here, it's our first chance to say our piece. You're among a throng of people who are desperate to feel like they have a say in the final outcome here, whether they're for or against it. And I strongly hope that this is their and mine, not our last chance to address you on this subject. So civic engagement can be messy, it's time consuming, it's frustrating, it may make you feel silly that we're going over the same ground multiple times in one night, but it can also be enlightened and informative and helpful, not just for you, but also for us. Don't abandon the possibility that a good idea can come from a room like this, whether it's tonight or tomorrow or the next time or the next time. I urge you to show the leadership to not just perform the minimum review required by convention or law. Please don't fall prey to the temptation to move too quickly just because this process isn't easy or it's been ongoing for so long. Don't introduce an artificial time frame on your deliberations. June 4th is just like any other day. Don't hold to just one public forum. Don't allow your decision to be influenced based on which group screams the loudest or brings the greatest numbers of people or has the glossiest brochure. Take your time. Provide people with the ability to affect the decision. Even if everyone doesn't agree on the outcome, it will be easier to accept. The developers likely feel like they do probably in most cases. They're putting forth effort over and above what's required of them. That's a good thing. The stakes here are enormous. I urge you to question every fact, prediction, or assertion you hear along the way. Projections about the future are highly uncertain and subject to huge errors. In a case like this, people's very lives might depend on not taking for granted whether previous environmental studies are valid or unbiased. I urge you to independently verify them. At the end of the day, the developers won't be liable if things go wrong. All of us here, leaders and residents, will be on the hook. Don't accept anyone's group's estimates of how many school children might enter the district, what kind of tax revenues we might receive, or how many people might have been made sick. Listening to alternative estimates and double checking all of these guesses. Take your time. This isn't a variance so someone can put up a shed. Don't be swayed by opinions unsupported by evidence that haven't been thoroughly vetted and verified. Don't bend to the arguments that this process has taken as long as it has to get us to where it is today, and that a speedy resolution is in everyone's best interest. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Jack. In the on-deck circle is Carolyn Portnoy.
Hello, everyone.
Mr. Shah.
Yeah, hello. My name is Dr. Rakesh Shah, and I'm inspired to speak by my many doctor colleagues here today, and I have some insight into this matter. I'm a radiologist. I read x-rays for a living, and almost every day I read an x-ray as part of the fund for 9/11 first responders. They had no choice to run into that building, and many of them are coming down with unexplained symptoms we can't explain. We have a choice today, and we should make the right one. Basically, when it comes to toxins and dust, there's a lot we don't know. It's not that I don't trust the environmental studies, even though I actually don't. It's just there's a lot of things we don't know today that we'll find out later on. And I don't think we should be guinea pigs in that project. We know, for example, Long Island has one of the highest breast cancer rates in the state, indeed in the nation, yet we don't know. And now is not the time to be introducing new unknown variables to that equation. So my big fear is that a second review will give a green light, but I don't think we should just kind of jump on that. I think that would be a huge mistake. The other thing is that, there's things more important than life and money. I took my kids to Central Park recently, which unlike Syosset Park is a real park. And I remarked to them that the area under my picnic blanket could take them to college. That's how valuable that land is. New York City decided that we're going to set this aside. There are things in life more important than money. And they could build, really, that is the most valuable land in the world, and they chose not to develop it. And we can make the same decision. You know what an eyesore is? I love when people say this is an eyesore. You know what's an eyesore? Where I find lung cancer on the chest x-ray. That's an eyesore, okay? So please don't tell me that fence bothers you. So basically, do not underestimate us. We're not violent, difficult people, but we're going to fight like our lives depend on it, because in my mind it does.
Thank you. In the on-deck circle is Eva Pearson. Eva's still here? No? Lisa Dragna? Okay. Hold on one second. We'll have...
Karen Portnoy.
Go ahead.
Hi. Thank you for being here tonight and for listening to all of us. I think everybody who was here tonight did an incredible job speaking their points, and you can hear the passion and enthusiasm that everyone has. My background is in public relations and market research, so I see kind of two different sides going on here. I don't mean any disrespect by saying this to anybody sitting up there, but I think that the town of Oyster Bay has an image problem. I think that the residents, everybody here, does not believe you. I think that the residents do not believe the developer, and most importantly, the EPA, the Department of Health, and all the other government agencies that were involved in all the historical data up till now. So, you know, I know that the former supervisor and all the events that surrounded his corruption charges and all the indictments that he's facing. The irony is not lost on me that his face was on the cover of Newsday today. But there's a lot of corruption that is on our minds and a lot of things that we don't believe. And I think any amount of data isn't going to prove that to us. So, you know, from my market research background, I know that there are many different ways to collect data. There are many ways to spin data. There are many ways to make data work for your agenda, and for or against in any way, shape, or form. So I think it's not really practical to think that we're going to trust the EPA data and everything up until now. And the way that the EPA is shaped up right now, with Scott Pruitt heading the EPA and abusing tax money to further his own personal luxury agenda, to Donald Trump, who is now slashing funding to the EPA by 31%. I have very little confidence that the EPA testing this site and doing its due diligence, I don't believe it. I think that the town of Oyster Bay has a very important challenge ahead to rebuild your image, to earn the trust back from our residents, and to prove to us that our needs come first. And instead of Syosset Park, or Syosset City, as the case may be, I have two words for you. Solar panels. How about filling the space with solar panels? And just in case you didn't know, it's a growing trend among landfills across the country. So who doesn't benefit from that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Stephen Meehan. Steve, are you still here? Lisa?
I know I spoke before. I just wanted to make a few more points. Also, somebody that had to leave texted me and asked me to bring something up. I didn't live here in the 80s and 90s. She did. She's a grandmother, colleague of mine that I know. She wanted me to bring up that in the 80s and the 90s, at the Cerro Wire plant, there were fires. Somebody brought up a concern about that earlier. She said when she lived here, there were fires, underground and above ground. She was interviewed by News 12 outside today, and the fire department was out there, and they said that they remember it as well. Green, bright fires. That's scary, very scary, that if it happened then, if we disturb it now, what's going to happen again? We just don't know. I'm not okay with trying and testing and seeing. That will probably be on the news, and everybody will see that. And if that doesn't scare everybody, I don't know what else can. Those are her words. Those are her memories, and I'm glad that I was able to get up here again and let everybody know. She said also that once the site was closed, that it was a dumping site for construction workers, landscapers, masons, sanitation. They all dumped whatever they could. It wasn't regulated. Again, these are her words. Now I'm going to just speak for myself for a few seconds. My husband is a volunteer firefighter in Syosset. He was there when 4 townhouses went down in Woodbury, and it was a bad fire. And he goes on calls all the time. All the time I'm left with the kids. Call goes off, middle of dinner, middle of putting them to bed, and he goes. And now I'm thinking, as I'm sitting here, what's going to happen? How are we going to handle this? Because they just did a drive this past weekend to try to get more volunteers, and I don't think they got that many. And this is going to create a huge issue for us. And he'll never be home, which is okay sometimes, but to go on that many calls and have that many houses close to each other, one went up. It was a heating fire. It went up, and then the other 3 just went down. That's a serious concern, because these are condos. So one person smokes a cigarette and drops it and falls asleep, and 12 or 15 of them are going to burn down. And there goes my husband into fires again. One more thing I wanted to bring up, too, about South Grove is that we fought with the PTA very hard this year. Well, the school shootings and security issues that we have, and we won. And our schools are getting safer, and we're so proud and we're so happy, and it makes us very calm as moms to know that our kids are going to be safer. We see more security guards and vestibules being built, but this park is a huge, serious concern for us with that, knowing that all these people are going to be there that don't live in the area. The mall shooting that just happened in Staten Island, all of that just brings up bad feelings. It's just it's a huge setback after what we've just accomplished. This is going public. Obviously, News 12 was here. I am a realtor. Not important in this forum, but I do want to say that if I tried to sell a house in Bethpage right now, it is really hard to convince a family with little kids to buy a house there. They don't want to buy there. They don't. So I wonder what the plan is to convince people to buy there, because I don't want to buy there. I live a block away and I want to move. So I'm curious, how are you going to convince people that this is safe? They know what happened in Grumman. They know what the Navy did, and they won't buy there. People can't really sell that easily anymore. So what's going to be different here? I don't think much. And I honestly don't think that putting trees is the answer either, because when I moved in, I had trees growing roots, super long, strong roots into my sewer line, and I had to replace the whole thing. So trees are pretty, and yes, they give you oxygen, but what's going to happen if it pierces the land cap? Wait until the fumes come up and test it then? Then it's too late. Then my kids already breathed it in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Stephen?
Hi. Yeah, my name is Steve Meehan. I'm here. I'm going to give probably a little different perspective on this. I am a resident of Syosset. I've been a resident for about 50 years. I live in South Grove in the neighborhood, and I have a daughter, believe it or not, who goes to the South Grove Elementary School. I was very against the mall, and basically because I'm in the land planning profession, and I understood that, you know, it was just bad planning. It was more of the same, you know, sprawl, dumb growth, whatever you want to call it. And if anything, it was going to be a real detriment to people in my neighborhood because it was going to create a lot of traffic, and our property values were going to not appreciate. That's well known that, you know, houses in neighborhoods that surround malls are not going to appreciate at the same rate as other homes that are further away. I have concerns about the environmental impacts of this development. You know, specifically with the construction aspect, when it's being done, and dust coming up and you know, blowing into my neighborhood, which is right there. Okay. But having said that, I am not against this development. Okay, I think actually, you know, being, you know, within my, you know, planning profession, and also I am a past board member for Vision Long Island, so I have a real interest in promoting smart growth. I'm not against growth. I want to promote smart growth here on Long Island, and I really feel like this is a really good proposal, a smart growth proposal. you know, I'm a real proponent of smart growth. I've studied it, but I've also visited smart growth communities, and I see how well they function and how much better they function than the things we've created here on Long Island for the last 50 years with the suburban sprawl and the overcrowded roads and everything else. So it makes a lot of sense to not only, you know, the larger community of Long Island, but also for Syosset in general. You know, it was about 30 years ago when I was in college, this new idea came along. It was, at that time it was called TND, Traditional Neighborhood Design. And it was really focusing on going back to how planners used to plan neighborhoods before they got into this idea that we have to accommodate the car and we're going to do developments that basically accommodate the car. And it was, okay, yeah, we have the car and we have to deal with the car, but what about creating communities or developments that actually promote community? And so this really started with a development that was created down in Seaside, Florida. It was the first smart growth, mixed use, traditional neighborhood designed neighborhood that had ever been. And it was a huge gamble for the developer, number one, because nothing like this had ever been developed in 50 years, okay? They did this, the planners came up with this idea. They said, we don't want to do the same old condominium complex with a golf course around it, blah, 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 like everything else in Florida. We're going to do something different. We're going to create a community, and it's going to be near the sea. And we're not going to face houses towards the sea. We're going to face houses towards themselves in a street way. And we're going to create this community that promotes walking. And we're going to have, we don't want to have to make people that they have to go get a gallon of milk, go out to the, get in their car and drive on the roads to go get a gallon of milk. They can walk down the street to the nearest store and get it. And that's going to help outside communities because it's going to create a situation where there's going to be less need for people to go outside the community to get anything. So that actually won't impact traffic as much. So this was this unbelievable idea that they came up with. It was a huge gamble. It was also a huge success, okay? The developer was very happy with what happened.
Steve, if you can...
So I would just say, anybody that wants to know more about what they're creating here, I would say go look into Seaside. The developer, the planner who planned that, and this movement started with that, is the same planner who planned Syosset Park. These people have been doing this for 30 years, and they know what they're doing. So I would say, if you want to know anything about it, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear friends, before I call upon Chuck Davis of the applicant, the developer, does anyone else wish to address the town board? Could you just identify yourself, please?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Wei Qian. I have been in Syosset for the last 9 years. I have two school-aged kids, and also a commuter. I just got off the train about half hour ago. I got off Hicksville. I walked 20 minutes to get to my car. But I still think today is my lucky day because I didn't get a parking ticket. And I found a seat on the way home. So, but I think with this so-called park project, I might not be so lucky next time I take the train. So I might not be able to find a parking spot, even if it's 20 minutes away. Or, or even find a seat coming home. And also, 9 years ago, my husband and I saved enough money to buy a house in Syosset because when we moved from Chicago to here, everyone told us Syosset has a great school. So even though the housing is about twice as expensive as in Chicago, we bought it here. We were happy to pay the highest property tax in the country because we think our kids are doing great in school. They are maybe achieving the so-called American dream. But I think the dream could be turned into a nightmare for my kids, especially for my daughter, who's still in South Grove. Actually, she has been hearing what we've been talking about, with all the Syosset moms. She was asking me, Mom, am I going to get cancer soon, because the pollution? Or Mom, are they going to close the school? Did they close the school 20 years ago? When was they clean up the landfill? Because this project is so much bigger than that. So the school will be closed. And then she said, do I need to wear a mask to school so I don't get the pollution, don't get the, don't breathe the polluted air? Or do I need to put an earplug on so I can concentrate on what the teacher is telling me? So as a mom, it's heartbreaking to hear that. And I'm paying so much tax for this. I'm working so hard to pay for the tax. That's why I just got off the train. I was walking. So I, asking you to vote with your conscience. Try to put yourself into my shoes. I'm sure you guys are working parents. Try to put yourself in my shoes. What would you do if you were a resident of Syosset? Would you vote yes for this project? I don't think so. So, and also, please think about your political legacy. A lady just said you guys don't have the greatest image. I agree. This project was agreed by the previous administration. You guys can fix your image by making a clean break from the previous administration. Say no to the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Just give us your name and your address.
I live in Azalea Drive in the flower section. Because I just feel the urge to say a few words. One is I just want to give my feedback to the opinion of that gentleman who provided a different perspective. I think he put it really well that the seaside project was a huge gamble and it was a huge success. But my question is, as a gamble, it's a gamble by definition. It may not always be a huge success. It could also be a huge disaster. And the other thing is, to gamble, you need to put the money. And in this case, who is the stakeholder? So whether or not to engage in this gamble, it should be determined by the residents of the town, of our Syosset, instead of by outside designer. The other thing I want to say is I really commend the board and the supervisor to make for their leadership to oppose the Long Island Sound channel project, and I think so. That's that one is an example that the outside because that's a project that's proposed by the state and want to impose on the town of Oyster Bay, and we justifiably and fiercely oppose that. So I just want to urge the board to do the same thing, or in other words, don't do things to us if you don't want things to done to you. So just as we don't want state to impose their plan on the town, I urge the town don't impose their plan on our village, on Hempstead.
Thank you. Thank you. Just give us your name and address, please.
I'm Jeff Zhang. I live in Clearview Village, London Road. So on the stage, the only person I know is Mr. James J. Because every few months I'm gonna receive a letter from him, and I have to pay the tax. So you are the only person. I mean, hopefully the number on that letter will not increase due to this fantastic project. Okay, what is this project for? Definitely for money, right? So I want to see these two gentlemen and a lady over there. I want to challenge them. The first gentleman, you mentioned that there are many rumors on Facebook. Definitely. You see, now our President Trump is still fighting with the same issue. But I want to tell you, those toxic material will not disappear until we die. All of us here. We cannot see the day that those toxic material will disappear. I'm responsible for what I said because I'm a researcher doing this for a long time. I'm a professor at City University of New York. Okay? So the gentleman in the middle, you mentioned that the projected enrollment of our kids going to be like a little bit over 200. 245, right? So think about, you have over 600 condos over there. There are only 200 kids here. I'm pretty sure you're not leaving this community. I'm pretty sure. You know what? You guys come here for money. This is our home. We call here, this is our home. We're gonna fight for this until we die. Because our kids cannot be affected by all these toxic materials and unlimited noise. And I tell you guys, you guys may spend $30 million to purchase this piece of land, a piece of junk filled with landfill. Let me tell you, we're doing a project just to monitor the noise within few communities in the city. The National Science Foundation provided us with $4 million just to investigate for the noise. You're gonna face the problem of noise, dust. You're gonna face the problem of the chemicals, toxic materials. So only if you now open a bank account and put $1 billion there, say you're gonna completely solve the problem. And nobody in this community gonna agree with your plan. This is our community. This is our home. And you guys come here, grab the money and go. How about us? What are we gonna do? We're gonna just stay here and suffer for the next maybe 2 or 3 decades. And until then we figure out that we have cancer. What you guys gonna do? You guys gonna live a better life with the money grabbed from this project. And look at this image. I remember when I was a kid, I borrowed a book from a library. And unfortunately I ripped the page. So I put the cover back and try to wrap it, make it very clear. I put it back to the library. I feel like nobody can find what I did. Look at this nice picture. You are doing a Syosset city. What you put over here is a park. It's a park with 2 people who's riding bicycle over there. I really doubt this is going to be the only 2 people going to stay there. The rest of the people are going to suffer from the cancer. So this is cheating. Definitely cheating. So if you guys want to persuade us, say, this is good, this is a good project for this community, this is going to bring the income, bring the revenue, hopefully those revenue are going to be enough to support our kids, you say, we're gonna say yes, for sure. You have new fantastic plan, like the gentleman said, you may have a smart plan, or I'm not the professional in that area. But can you guys provide such a plan? And now what we see is overcrowded community, and at the very end, as a taxpayer here, we have to pay. So it's not reasonable. So I urge everybody on the stage, you are the leader of this community, and you have to pay attention to your decision. Because it's easy to approve this project, but once the project started, you guys cannot stop it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chuck Davis.
Hello. There we go. Thank you. We heard everybody. I have 9 pages of notes here. We have a stenographer. I'm sorry? Okay.
I'll be quick. Thank you. My name is Tanya Lukasik. I'm a town of Oyster Bay resident. I'm also a Johns Hopkins alumna. My academic research and studies focus on the converging interests of neighborhood effects, housing policy, and public health. My focus is usually on mixed methods research involving quantitative and qualitative methodology, and I've served as a consultant with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development,
Brookhaven National Lab, Stony Brook, the City of Baltimore, UPenn, New York University, and Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. Neighborhood effects research quite simply asks, how does how you live impact your life course trajectory, especially related to educational access, housing, professional pursuits, environmental exposures, and most importantly, as it relates to this evening, health outcomes. I'm also the co-founder of a local 6,500-member community-based organization entitled Open Nassau, which advocates good government practices, promotes open government and open data measures, as well as serves as an educational platform to inform residents of local policy-based issues. A lot of our issues lately have focused on the environment, public health, and many members in the group are from the town of Oyster Bay area and are in direct opposition to this project. I'm here today on behalf of these residents within our organization, particularly the residents within the hamlets of Syosset, Plainview, Hicksville, Jericho, and Bethpage, who are extremely concerned about the expedited pace of these most recent steps in the process, who are troubled by the lack of health-related data regarding historical, present, and long-term exposure to problematic contaminants, and residents whose voices have been unheard. Nassau County operates much more politically than productively, fostering not only a severe culture of corruption, but also an environment where critical governmental departments are underfunded, understaffed, and in some cases do not even exist. A scenario in which individuals and households most in need throughout the county are oftentimes left most disregarded. I think a lot of people have covered today, but I could list about 30 different individuals at the local, town, state, federal level over the last 3 decades who have been involved in rampant corruption, including forgery of documents, fake testing, issues that are extremely disconcerting, in addition to the fact that the largest RICO case of the 90s was involved at the Syosset landfill. It mentions that in the legal case, the government alleges that for several decades, the solid waste disposal industry in the New York counties of Nassau and Suffolk have been infiltrated, controlled, influenced, corrupted, and run by organized crime. This was in the process of working on the cap. I'm not convinced that any of the contractors that have been involved in this process dating back to Sidney Baum in 1982-83, the former contractor that worked with Grumman as a consultant, and individuals that have real estate property very close to the perimeter of this site are doing the right thing. There's individuals, including the co-owner of Sidney Baum, who are indicted at present. And there's been no insight into the testing that's been conducted to date, if it was done by credential experts. The EPA and DEC have mentioned that they have oversight, but no one would give me a straight answer. What happens if these tests, the data is wrong, and you're exposing people, and you're going to end up with liability? I'm here today to request also on record to highlight the obviously direct opposition to this project and to demand the permanent cessation of this project until collective concerns outlined this evening, that I'll also add to in a moment, are comprehensively assessed and addressed. I'm on record today to demand a transparent public forum supplementing this meeting scheduled with accelerated pace, where all residents within the town of Oyster Bay, wholly unaware of this project and also the impact on the aquifer that impacts everyone from any part of Nassau County, are here and understand or are involved. Lastly, I'm here today to respectfully ask that this legislative body, elected to serve as our voice, to intervene, demand independent testing immediately at both the Zero site, Syosset landfill, reevaluating all reports dating back to Sidney Baum, and the company's work on defining the boundaries and depth of the landfill to present, including the lackluster and troubling lack of public health assessments that incorporate the synergistic interaction of multiple chemicals, contaminants, industrial wastes, ash, and potential radioactive elements. Risk assessments conducted to date have been extremely limited, isolated, not incorporating modernized mathematical equations and recently collected data, and risk assessments have failed to assess the impact of these 2 adjoining sites in a several-mile radius for conditions such as cancer, autoimmune diseases, reproductive and fertility issues, neurological and mental health problems, psychological impacts, organ impairment, accelerated morbidity, and mortality. In addition, the DEIS and previous reports and studies conducted by both the EPA and DEC failed to incorporate the host of industrial sites, parcels located within a half-mile to mile radius of this proposed site. Sites dating back to the 1940s used for military operations, munitions storage, manufacturing, and testing of warfare equipment. This site and this area warrants incorporation of full-scale, expert-level testing incorporating the search, identification, and assessment of radioactive elements, particularly both the Zero and landfill sites. This DEIS fails to identify liability on behalf of the town, the applicant, state, and federal agencies if radioactive elements are found, if prevalence and incidence studies conducted in the future highlight health conditions, if disruption of the site leads to short-term or long-term exposure of contaminants via multiple modes and causal pathways leading to irreparable harm.
If you can conclude your remarks shortly, I'd appreciate it.
With 800 pages, I'll also note one of the things that I mean, we've been through with Open NASA about 6 or 7 DEIS applications with the MTA, with different projects. And one of the things it notes with NEPA is that this document is about 200 to 300 pages, and it's written in a way that people can understand. It took me hours to go over this. I can understand some of the content more technically, but this wasn't written in a way that can kind of be watered down so that residents can understand. And with that, I hope that I have the time to kind of cover things that are more important. The objective of the DEIS is to allow the public collaborative agencies to engage in an informed decision-making process regarding a proposed project. This proposal is unique in that it combines a large-scale zoning request in tandem with the environmental assessment of 2 sites overseen by 2 different agencies, the DEC and EPA. Reviewing the DEIS, we are concerned that this proposal failed to consider direct effects, secondary effects, and cumulative effects as per the legal statutes. State and federal law request that these documents are written in plain language and that decision makers and the public can readily understand the content. This document is written using heavy technical language. There's appendices examining testing without any insight into mathematical formulas, the rationale or outcomes, and it is extremely extensive and encyclopedic in length. This is troublesome as the amount of time allocated for residents to review and comment upon this document has been extremely limited. That a public hearing should follow this event where the DEIS can be watered down into layman terms and explained, and we would also like to request that the comment period be extended by a minimum 30 days. Also, per the DEC regulation, this meeting, the certificate of completion, and the DEIS was required to be posted on the DEC Environmental Bulletin site. However, after an exhaustive search, we weren't able to find it. We ask that with that, there's additional meetings held, informational sessions on such an important large-scale multi-site project. I'll kind of fast forward a couple of things, and I can add anything. We're also concerned that, and just want further clarification on why NEPA was not instituted for this process rather than SECRA, because this involves an EPA-related site, because it has restrictions, a restrictive covenant with the EPA overseeing the landfill, which takes up about 50 to 60% of the entire location, why the EPA was not involved in this process and kind of dictating via NEPA rather than SECRA. The controversy, we're also concerned about the site, the sheer tonnage of waste dumped flagrantly for decades, the fact that multiple contractors and town employees were involved, obviously, in this oversight of CERO, the landfill, public works, and they're indicted. We're also concerned about, obviously, radioactive wastes. And we'd like to request that there's independent scientists, geologists, skilled professionals that can independently test these sites, ensure reliability, ensure that these sites are not, almost like potential atomic bombs with the potential to irreparably harm the environment, our water source, aquifer, and lead to dangerous exposures that can undermine public health.
If you have a written
Yes.
submission, I would encourage you to do
Yes,
so.
I'm going to do that. Also, there's a host of agencies here that are not incorporated into the DEIS, which at this point I was concerned that why they haven't been consulted with. The Nassau County Department of Health, it mentioned that there's some meetings, but there's no insight into what was covered. The State Department of Health, the DOT, the County Public Works Department, the Federal Highway Administration, considering South Oyster Bay Road is now an access highway, the U.S. Geological Service, and the MTA and the Long Island Railroad. What else? Let me go over. The DEIS, there's disconcerting information about the parcels that are incorporating the landfill. Based on county records, it notes that 2 of the parcels are county-related. Then there's one that's town, or maybe 2. There's no information or insight into whether they will be subdivided, and also kind of the ownership. From what we understand, the deed is still in the hold and control of the town, even though there was a large amount of money kind of put in escrow. And looking at other landfill sites in the Hudson area, they actually had legal analyses conducted first before even broaching this topic of putting something on a cap, and also kind of information into like legal insight and analysis of what happens if the cap is tampered, and who's responsible for repairing that and any kind of harm. Also, one important thing too, the Jericho Water District, their feasibility study is in progress. For the DEIS status, this should be kind of complete by this point. There's not that much information into sewage connections, the water connections at present, if there'll be wells on site, if it's coming from outside, how this connects to sewage infrastructure, and how the discharge will occur with recharge basins. The last thing I'll cover, which is just really important with some of the testing, I live off of Birchwood Park Drive in Syosset. 2 years ago, I contacted Judy Jacobs because I noticed that by my recharge basin, not too far away from the house, there was a tractor kind of thing, like a construction vehicle. And it was late at night, and it was doing kind of fun stuff. And what we found was that it kind of was plugging up most of the recharge basins in the area. When you look at the data for some of the testing, some of the wells weren't able to be measured or provide data because something with the water table. But when you do an aerial map of every recharge basin within about a mile radius, they're all not collecting water. In Plainview, they collect water. In Syosset, Hicksville, they don't. So,
Would you like to make that part of the record?
yes, I can give you copies of this.
Submit it now, if you will, please.
And information then on recharge basins, which ones will be selected for further kind of development and leachate, and also, I guess, just the paperwork. But yes, I have this all emailed. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, yeah, I'm going to turn it back over to you. Before you go to Chuck. Yeah.
See if there's anyone else who wants to speak.
Supervisor Saladino?
Is there anyone else
Anybody
who wants
else?
to speak? No. Yes.
Simon, the developer. So in the DEIS, you say this development is meant to attract young couple who Long Island, to live in Long Island. And then you're saying hopefully when they have children, they will, get out of this development and then purchase those single family houses in a neighborhood like what we have. Guess what? I just did research. Millennials, they have different spending habits than us. Most likely they won't. They will just raise their kids there. So the enrollment number, you have to consider the spending habits of the millennials. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no one else who will be speaking. Yes, Ms. Smith.
I'd like to say that I'm sorry that what's happening in Newsday is reflecting back on you. And I want to thank you, the board, for giving us this time. And I have faith that your conscience will be your guide.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's one of the reasons I wanted to just make a comment on some of this. First of all, this process will not be rushed. We are very appreciative that everyone came out tonight. We're very appreciative for your phone calls, emails, all of the time that you took to research the issues. We're very appreciative of you. I want to make it very clear that we represent you, our residents. And there is no question in my mind that we represent you. Anyone who would like to give us more information or has a neighbor or a friend who would like to give us more information, public comment at oysterbay-ny.gov. Let me give you that again, because we will continue to leave everything open to listen to you, the residents. Public comment at oysterbay-ny.gov. Before we go to Chuck, I want to make sure I make a point, because some people might be leaving. I sense maybe not, because you've been hanging in all night long. We appreciate that. The issue of the town of Oyster Bay has been brought up many, many, many times this evening. The issue of was described as a public relations problem, described in so many different ways. Well, the best way to deal with any situation is with the facts. And I ask you to continue to concentrate on the facts. Most of you know I'm new to the town of Oyster Bay, came here about 14 months ago. In that time, we have paid off $100 million of the town's debt to get the town financially back on track. We did that. You can applaud that. That's a big deal. $84 million last year, a net of $50 million this year. We will be borrowing some at a lower rate to repave the roads because we get it and we have heard from you and we realize the roads need repaving. Standard & Poor's, we spoke a lot about outside independent reviews. Well, nothing could be more independent than Standard & Poor's. S&P recently increased the town's bond rating back up to investment grade, and we're very, very proud of that. But it's what they wrote that should be most interesting to each and every resident, that the town has new leadership and that we're taking the town in the right direction, paying down the debt, reducing the cost of government. We have less employees than before, and we have one of the biggest cuts in our costs, not in our services, in our costs in the history of the town. And we did all of that while cutting taxes, $1.3 million. And there's one other point I want to make. All of our municipalities do a fine job. Our school district gets national recognition for the outcomes here in Syosset. People brought up the issue of taxes quite a few times tonight. The town spends 15% of the overall taxes we collect. So if your tax bill is a total of $20,000 a year, you're paying the town for all of the services, the roads, the garbage, the snow plowing, all the building department, the list goes on, for approximately $3,000 per year, which is less than most people pay over the course of the year for their cable television bill. So when you think about the value that you are getting, it is a tremendous value. People need to put this in perspective. We're responsible for that 15%. It is spent efficiently, and I can assure you I did not come back from Albany to play games. We are running this town ethically. We will continue to run this town putting you first and foremost. You own the town, and we work for you. So I thank you for coming out, for sharing all of tonight's information, and I ask you to continue to contact us at publiccomment@oysterbay-ny.gov. We'll be leaving the rolls open, and we will continue to listen to anything you'd like to contact us with, any information, and this process will not be rushed. Thank you. And how about a hand for a great job moderating that Len Simons did?
Thank you. So before I turn it back over to Chuck, I want to say that the developers were professional here tonight. The residents were respectful, and the town board shows what they didn't have to do in person. They came and listened. I think it was a good night. I hope you feel the same way. Chuck.
Just a thank you to the town board, supervisor, all town staff, and everybody who came out. We learned a lot tonight. We've been active in the community, very active 3 years ago. We're glad to finally be out in the community. We had an open house about a month ago. There's a lot of faces here tonight that I have not seen in any of our community outreach meetings, but we hope you will participate as we start to have more dialogue with you. We hear you, we're listening, and we look forward to keeping working towards coming up with something great for Syosset.
Thank you very much. Everyone get home safely, and thank you.